private jet 여긴 닿을 수 없는 곳 올려놔 bus 하늘 위로 떨어지는 별을 느낄 like demons 자식 날고 기는 것들은 전부 천했지 왜처럼 증오들은 나의 밑거른 꽤나 좁아져도 눈의 시선은 어느새 풀려 숨죽여 Hey you better you turn when I pull up Can't slow me down down 나 끝이 없는 ride 멈출 수가 없잖아 안돼 Oh so hero 망설임없이 주사 위로 여전히 예상 못한 곳으로 향하지 like we to go
Told myself I'm so bossy, I'm so bad I told myself I'm so bossy, I'm so bad I told myself I'm so bossy, I'm so bad I told myself
Straight to the top like a new fade. Come for your neck like a hoop chain. Wish all you want like you blue cakes. But I'm on the road like I move skates. Settle to the top like it's due date. And I'm never gonna stop like LeBron James. Big dreams, yeah, live large. We go hard to play hard.
Dream big, live large I work hard to play hard I'm coming for the top and I ain't never gonna stop, oh no Dream big, live large
Work hard, play hard, go hard, play hard, work hard, play hard, go hard, play hard. Wearing them out like a bootlace, rise to the top like a souffle. I bring the heat like Dwayne Wade, dishing them out like a food tray. Big bars like I move weights, and I'm serving them up like a food plate. Yeah, big dreams, live large, we go hard to play hard.
Dream big, live large I work hard to play hard I'm coming for the top and I ain't never gonna stop, oh no Dream big, live large
Work hard, play hard, go hard, play hard, work hard, play hard, go hard, play hard.
Anytime you clock a butterfly I flip a switch, keep a secret, let you come inside When I run the gamut But I could never plan it I keep on breathing when I land it When I run the gamut But I could never plan it I keep on breathing when I land it If you give me a piece of your heart You keep easy when we are a part of two worlds It could be nothing, maybe it's something Keep your eyes on me Keep your eyes on me Keep your eyes on me, me Keep your eyes on me Keep your eyes on me, me Keep your eyes on 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 me Anytime you clock a butterfly You flip a switch, keep a secret, let me come inside When you run the gamut But you could never plan it You keep on breathing when you're in it If you
till I barely feel my feet. Wanna see it through my own eyes. There's no going back, and I'm not afraid anymore. Cause I know I'm gonna be the last one standing. Yeah, I'm not afraid anymore. Yeah, I don't wanna wait anymore. I'm ready to fall, I'm ready to rise up. I will do what it takes. I'll run blind straight into the flames. Watch me burn, alone in the shadows. I'm carrying you home on my back. If it's you or me, then I'll take the shot. Still they say I'm the villain. I scream and nobody listens. Still they say I'm the villain. Too bad you can't take me down. See that I'm surrounded by predators. It's critical, they got me in my element. It's dirty how you trying to keep it elegant. Keep my eyes open wide when everyone around me is an enemy. See my life cross my eyes. I'm ready to fall, I'm ready to rise up. I will do what it takes. If it's you or me, then I'll take the shot. Still they say I'm the villain. I scream and nobody listens. Still they say I'm the villain. Too bad you can't take me down. Too bad you can't take me down. You can't take me down. I'm ready to fall, I'm ready to rise up. I will do what it takes. I'll run blind straight into the flames. Watch me burn, alone in the shadows. I'll carry you home on my back. If it's you or me, then I'll take the shot. Still they say I'm the villain. I scream and nobody listens. Still they say I'm the villain. Too bad you can't take me down.
Y'all sit back and watch me speak. About to take over your screen. Talking bulls in 93. Talking mom, I'm on TV. Y'all know all I do is me. All I do is me. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and all I know, my money green. About to snap and make a scene. My cup off and make this free. My cup off and make them scream. Go back off for TMZ. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch. Watch me. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Money long, nothing on credit. I got style, don't catch no feelings. All this bread, ain't got no lettuce. I got style, don't catch no feelings. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back and watch. Sit back and watch. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. I ain't with it. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. Look, if it ain't got style, I ain't with it. Sit back, sit back. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back, sit back, sit back, sit back.
chug, this a cakewalk. Shimmy, shimmy, y'all, hit 'em talk, let 'em take shots. 007 on the block, keep the aim cocked. Pull up to the spot with the squad, let the bass drop. Laser on the up, brought the chug, this a cakewalk. Shimmy, shimmy, y'all, hit 'em talk, let 'em take shots. 007 on the block, keep the aim cocked. What? Check my pedigree, I got legacy in my pop. You playing hopscotch on that top notch on the block. Slip and slide like me, no. Spice it up with the sauce. Yeah, my lord
been the same, put that on the name. I had to go through it just to get to it, look what I became. Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys want it tall, hit them out of law, but don't got receipts. I do it with ease, to you it's a burden, to me it's a breeze. You feel that? That witness degree, that kickback. You coming at me, boy, sit back. Came out the womb like this, hit the pedal and room right quick. Gotta get it, we going up, way up, might land on the moon. Who step in a room like this? We breaking the rules right quick. They killing the mood and up in the few, might land in a tomb.
I ain't gonna lose it now. Gotta keep it moving now.
Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys want it tall, hit them out of law, but don't got receipts. Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys want it tall, hit them out of law, but don't got receipts. Bad with a vengeance, killing the ops and leaving no remnants. They all in attendance. Gotta go big, I aim for the fences. It's mine, I sense it. Back in the scene, I'm back to the business. Back on the front line, gotta grind. It's time that you be the witness. At the time, turn a repeat to a 3P, yeah. Got the franchise on me, you more like G League, yeah. 21st century, you all the way BC, yeah. Old boy been washed up, I'm nashed up in TT, hey. Came out the womb like this, hit the pedal and room right quick. Gotta get it, we going up, way up, might land on the moon. Who step in a room like this? We breaking the rules right quick. They killing the mood and up in a few, might land in a tomb.
I ain't gonna lose it now. Gotta keep it moving.
Hello everybody, welcome back to VALORANT Challengers EMEA. It is day 7 and we've finally reached that conclusion day, right? We are closing in on that game that is going to make all the difference. It is going to send one team to 9 ascension points, going to give them the crown, and looking like so far it's going to be BBL Pacific the crest of this one. That's the word I wanted to say, but I'm saying too many words. We are getting closer and closer to it. 20 minutes until we start this final game. It's going to be a best of 5 between these two teams, Enterprise Esports and BBL Pacific, to see who is crowned the victor. I'm Twiggy and I'm joined today by your analyst MP. How are you doing, brother?
I'm doing great. The final day of Challengers EMEA Stage 2. This is where it all lands eventually. Ascension points come from here. A lot of placement in terms of when we have that Challengers EMEA Stage 3. A lot are going to be set in stone today. One of them is going to be this matchup between BBL Pacific and Enterprise Esports. But before we go on to that, we kind of want to set our sights to that game that happened yesterday, what happened throughout these playoffs. And I think it was phenomenal seeing a lot of these teams popping off. Movistar Koi Phoenix was a pleasant surprise. I think they had really good performance here, actually beating Focus and putting up a fair fight against Enterprise Esports in a few of those maps.
Of course, yeah. If you missed what happened earlier on today, let me just recap for you the events of this one. So obviously the first 3 maps of this series were played yesterday, and the 4th map was played as well, but due to a technical issue that wasn't communicated as optimally as it could have been, we replayed that map today, and it ended in the same result. A few more rounds go to Movistar Koi Phoenix in the end, but it's the same result, a 3-1 victory to Enterprise Esports, so they'll be heading into the grand finals here. Obviously not with the advantage. It's going to be BBL Pacific who have that double veto to start things off here in the grand finals, but Enterprise Esports definitely looking like they are poised to take a good stab at this one.
Yeah, I mean, they're the only inter-regional team that has been actually able to take a map from BBL Pacific, and they've done it consistently in their both of their matches that they played against BBL Pacific in stage 1 and stage 2 here as well. Obviously, best of 5 is coming up, and like you said, that's going to be the weighted advantage for BBL Pacific. 2 bans for them in this best of 5 map. That means that they can go for their perma ban, and then they can target ban Enterprise Esports, which is gonna be rough for them.
Yeah, for sure. Let's take a look at the stakes for this match as well, because obviously, look, we're looking at this one, you're like, what is this? Is it prize money? Are they going to Ascension? Not quite yet. We are gaining Ascension points out of these Challengers stages here, so it's really important, I think, for specifically Enterprise Esports to be able to win this one. Obviously, BBL Pacific, they won the last Challengers stage, so they are already at the top of the standings in terms of Ascension points. But let's look at the possible outcomes of this one, as 5 Ascension points will be going to the second place, and 9, a massive difference, will be going to the winner today. So here is currently what the standings are looking like, and you can see that we've put together a nice graphic for this one here. So at the top, if BBL Pacific win, they will be on 22 Ascension points, way up in the top of the standings. Focus will be on 11 Ascension points, getting eliminated in 4th place this time around, and Enterprise Esports will finish out on 10 Ascension points, as they did not get to the playoffs last time around. But if Enterprise Esports win, they're going to move themselves into 2nd place with 14 Ascension points. So for them, definitely a good idea, hopefully. Obviously, I'm sure they will be going for it either way, no matter what their Ascension points look like afterwards, to get as many as they can right now. Obviously going to be another Challengers stage in a few months time, but getting the Ascension points right now means that you don't have to work as hard in the next one, especially since Northeast teams don't really have the best track record in terms of getting deep into the tournament. This is the first time we've seen a team in the playoffs from Northeast alone in the grand finals.
Yeah, I mean, for Enterprise Esports, obviously it would be crucial to get those points, those 4 extra points, to go past Focus and secure that 2nd spot before the next Challengers stage. But either way, I think these are the teams that we're most likely gonna be seeing in that Ascension tournament and Challengers EMEA stage 3 possibly as well. But I think maybe it's time that we take our sights into this match that we have today. Enterprise Esports versus BBL Pacific. Maybe rather BBL Pacific versus Enterprise Esports, when we look at these teams that have fought against each other. This is a brewing rivalry, I would say. Would you agree, Twiggy?
Absolutely, I would call it that. I mean, we had a chat with Doma the other day after he had finished his game with Movistar Koi. Not quite, thought he'd finished the game with Movistar Koi. He went back to it today, but he had something to say about BBL Pacific, and this has kind of been the sentiment that we heard from Zeke as well, in that they're all talk. He thinks they are not actually that good. The reason that they lost last time is because they made a mistake, not because BBL Pacific were better than them. We've seen this from absolutely everybody involved. Loiter had something to say as well about BBL Pacific, and you guys might have used this one to justify your ranked gameplay as well, in that they're just so bad that we don't understand how they're playing, and therefore we can't predict what they're going to do. They take advantage of that. So we've got a lot going on both sides here from these teams here. BBL Pacific thinking that Enterprise Esports are so so bad at the game that they cannot be understood. And of course, Doma thinking that they're completely all mouth, no actual gunplay going on. So yeah, there's been a lot of talk on Twitter, and I think Zeke said the other day as well that, you know, they're just saying it in good jest, but they think BBL Pacific actually mean that. So a little bit of beef, a little bit of beef.
Yeah, I mean, we love a good back and forth. Obviously, I think it's mostly maybe banter. But it's a healthy banter going back and forth. I love these quotes that we have from the interviews, obviously kind of putting some pressure on the other team, and I just love to see this because it brings the emotion in the game as well. And we see that on the server. They're shooting bodies, they're teabagging, which is obviously really good in terms of maybe having more emotions. They're trying to bait out something, and we would love to see a LAN between these teams. But before we go into that LAN, we have this match. BBL Pacific, they are the team to beat in this tournament. They qualified through the in-game premier system, obviously, instantly became one of the most feared teams in Turkey, winning the first season that they played, then taking on teams like JobLife, CGN, and Apex even in the Ascension finals, barely falling short of that unicorn run. They have literally grown in with key in the coaching slot, allowing these youngsters to be much more than just aimers. Loida highlighted this in the interview as well, that when they qualified in the Turkey league, they were just a bunch of aimers, but with key they've grown this stronger, more mature team, and they are showing a lot of discipline on the server to execute their fundamentals. But I love that they're still allowing plays that gets to the highlights, like we've seen from Comeback multiple times. And this is the team that absolutely made it from grassroots. They've risen to glory, and this team is the one to beat if you want to beat anybody in Challengers EMEA.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, any other result than a win in every stage of challenges for BBL Pacific would be a disappointment to them, I think.
Yes.
Looking back at what they've accomplished already, what they almost accomplished last year, I think they are going to be disappointed with whatever result is not a gold medal for them, and as many Ascension points as they can gather before they get to that point. And I'm sure they are looking even further than that as well. I'm sure they are looking at Ascension already and going, we're going to win this. We need to win this time around, because you haven't got Apex in the competition this time. It is yours for the taking as the team that is currently the strongest on paper in the league, or in the multitude of leagues that we have in EMEA and MENA, of course. So there's a lot of stakes for these guys. I think it is theirs to lose, right? They have that kind of quality. They have everything that you'll see in this highlight package from Comeback as well. That we expect from a team that is going to be going through Ascension, and a team that is going to be winning against everybody, right? And we have yet to see somebody rise to the occasion and be able to beat BBL Pacific on their stage, right? The closest we are seeing currently is from their own region. We saw Eternal Fire last time around give them a run for their money, but and since then, Enterprise Esports have taken a map from them, and that's all we've seen so far.
Yeah, and Comeback in those rankings, absolutely dominating. This is one of the reasons why none of these teams actually have been able to kind of push back on BBL Pacific, because they're so strong, but they have this young player duelist spearheading this whole roster with full of confidence, but also some discipline as well. And when we look at Comeback throughout this tournament, he has had an incredible tournament. He's dropped 20 kills in all but one map. That is insane. Out of the 9 maps they have played, Comeback only map where he didn't drop 20 kills was that 13-3 split against Koi, and that was probably because there was not enough rounds and Kraven was just dominating everyone there. He was just stealing all of the kills. So basically, Comeback is unbeatable. Every time he's getting 20 kills, it doesn't matter who is the opponent, what is the map, what is the agent that he plays. He's consistently there, and he's finding those entries as well.
Yeah, for sure. And the thing is, Comeback, the only obstacle in his way at this point in terms of players he needs to shut down, is Yas from Enterprise Esports. And he has been popping off. I mean, we saw in their last game against Movistar Koi Phoenix, maybe less so today, I would say, although he did definitely land a few operator shots today as well. He was absolutely insane during their game against, their whole series against Movistar Koi Phoenix. So Enterprise Esports obviously backing him up, and everyone on that team has been warming up into this tournament so well. Look, we were unsure what to think of them on the stage. Obviously, last time around, they did not make it out of the group stage. They were in a group with CGN Esports and BBL Pacific. They did not make it out of that whatsoever. So we were unsure if Northeast had gotten even worse on the EMEA stage since stage 1, but they opened things up with a 13-0 against UCAM on Lotus, and then suddenly, you know, all of our fears were allayed, right? These guys were making it deep, and they really did. They are now in the grand finals. They seem to be the only team that can actually give BBL Pacific a run for their money, and we're hoping that, you know, they can keep that up today. They managed to win one map in the best of 3 that they played against them in the upper semi-finals, and now we're hoping that they can do the same thing this time around in a best of 5, hopefully win at least 2 maps on that one, make it a good series for us.
Yeah, you kind of highlighted Yas already there, but I think Doma and Kiles, those 2 really experienced players, sure, you have Zeke as well as a champions winner, but for Doma and Kiles, I feel like they have been on their best forms ever, pretty much, from Doma being an absolute beast in the Northeast finals, then really consistent throughout the season, Challengers EMEA tournament as well, and Kiles being an absolute menace in this tournament with most clutches. That's gonna be 9 clutches in this tournament already. Incredible tournament. A lot of people are kind of relying on Kiles in that team to make those plays, find those multi-kills, and still execute in clutches if the whole team fails on the other side.
Yeah, for sure. Look, you mentioned Loiter. Let's take a look at a quick head-to-head that you have highlighted for us here with Loiter and Zeke. In this one, obviously, 2 very different roles going on between these 2 players, but let me know what you're thinking.
So I'm gonna highlight one stat that I want to focus on here. That's gonna be Loita's average assists. That's gonna be 10.2. It's around like half an assist per round. Loita is a control player, right? So a lot of the times that stat is inflated, but with the way BBL Pacific plays, this stat is actually important because they go up through up to Loita smokes. They play right behind those and fight the enemy on the instant and not let them get any crown. So Loita getting a lot of stats there. But apart from those stats, Loita and Zeke, to me, I think they're kind of similar players. The interview that we had, Loita kind of highlighted that he's one of those players that is really vocal throughout the match, like hyping his team up alongside Larok. Obviously, he kind of highlighted his whole team, but mostly Loita and Larok being the vocal players there. And from what we've seen from Zeke when we had those player cams, he's usually the one hyping up. If Kiles gets a clutch, he's standing up there running around the room or dancing. So a lot of similarities in terms of personality in that team, and you absolutely need to have at least one of those players to hype up when you're down, when you're 3-0 or 0-3, 0-5, whatever the score is. You have to have that kind of, I don't want to say this in a bad way, but that kind of clown, you know, on the server that takes the fun into the server, even though you might be losing throughout the match. That those players are the ones that kind of make the comebacks, even though they might maybe not be getting the kills on the server. Zeke obviously being absolute menace in that sunset that we just saw previously, but damn, those players are, I think, are key to these rosters.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, look, before we get into the map veto and get towards that first map, I just want to, you know, think about what we saw last time we saw these 2 teams play and what we're expecting as a difference coming into a best of 5 between them. Obviously, last time we talked to Doma and he was talking about, and in fact Zeke as well, and we were talking about BBL Pacific. We were looking at kind of, you know, what was it that lost you that series? What happened in the first map? Why was it so one-sided towards BBL Pacific? And they kind of mentioned that they lost to themselves, that BBL Pacific weren't actually that good to be winning that kind of 13-2 first map against them, and that this time around, hopefully, they were going to start things off a little more kind of confident with themselves, because when they do play confidently, Enterprise Esports, they are a team to be feared, especially when Yas gets that operator in his hands and starts just peeking around corners, shooting people with a shorty from halfway across the map, something like that, you know. That's when you have to fear Enterprise Esports, and I do wonder if we're going to see that coming out of them this time around, or whether we're going to see a similar start to the series as the 2-1 against them in the upper bracket, because obviously that start in their best of 3 was probably the reason why they lost that series. I mean, the other 2 maps were pretty close.
Yeah, I mean, I think you kind of touched on it already. Enterprise losing to themselves. Loita obviously being one of the reasons, getting those 3-4 Ks in a row back to back to back. Doma highlighted that as well. But that previous match that they played against each other, you highlighted as well. I think that was brilliant from Enterprise Esports. In Split, they were doing a lot of these plays that Loita kind of highlighted on the interview, that they have no clue what Enterprise is doing because they're playing so bad. But they were making really brave plays in terms of what some would classify as ranked plays. Obviously going through a smoke with the C's in hand, going with the judge. I think that was brilliant from them, kind of getting BPL Pacific off guard, because I don't think a lot of teams have the nerve to do those kind of plays. But then again, Enterprise Esports, they were executing their fundamentals quite good on Lotus. They understood completely how BBL Pacific is playing Lotus, how they can kind of bait out those rotations and use that information from that previous round of baiting out those rotations to have those rotations actually be slower in the upcoming round, to have a complete pace switch and go full on execute. So Enterprise Esports, I do feel like they have great understanding of how to tempo the maps, how to play against BPL Pacific. They just need to execute that on a perfect level and have those individuals pop off, but also have close duels. But the maps, those are the ones that I'm looking for.
Yeah, obviously in a best of 5, it is really important to have a deep map pool, and these guys actually have similar favorite maps. I mean, this is what we've seen a lot at this point in EMEA Challengers here, is that teams tend to have relatively similar map pools. This time around, we don't have Ascent coming out from BBL Pacific. That's a map that they tend to avoid. But again, Haven and Lotus maps that both of these teams love. I would assume we would see Split as the third map in the first 3, or possibly Pearl. Actually, yeah, no, probably Pearl, because BBL Pacific get the double veto.
Yeah, I would love to see Icebox as well, because it's Enterprises. They don't really like Icebox that much. They kind of ban that here and there, but they have been banning Pearl as well. So I think the point that you made, Pearl being one of the greatest maps maybe against Enterprise Esports, would be really good for BPL Pacific to pick. But here's the veto. I love to see what BPL Pacific is gonna ban for the second. Ascent, obviously a permanent ban for them.
Yeah, no, it is interesting.
Okay.
Sunset gone. Okay. Yeah, I mean, Enterprise Esports, look, I mean, a 13-0 and a 13-4 in back-to-back games against Movistar Koi Phoenix is pretty intimidating on that map. So, you know, that's fair enough. And I think, just again, they like maps that they're well prepared on. Look, that quote from Loiter, right? They play so unpredictably, we don't know what's going on. You know, it speaks to a disciplined team, right? Which is maybe not what we expect out of Turkey after so many years of having Turkish duelists to run the show and just be all over the place. But I think for BBL Pacific, definitely, they are a disciplined team. They have a deep strat book, and they like to keep things relatively, you know, well structured, right? So getting rid of a map that doesn't have as deep of a strat book, since it just got re-added to the map pool, I think is absolutely fair from them. And this isn't a particularly surprising map veto to me.
Absolutely not. I mean, Enterprise Esports, their previous Pearl game was 3 months ago against Team Liquid Academy. After that, it's been a ban for them. They don't like to call on Pearl. They're not quite best in Icebox. They've been banning that out in this tournament as well, but especially against BBL Pacific, they usually banning Pearl. They don't like to play against BBL Pacific in this match. And it's no wonder, because BBL Pacific, their year-to-date record is 12-1. They're incredible in this map. They have lost only one Pearl. Their rotations are one of the best in this map. They have a lot of information at the start of the round to actually facilitate for those rotations. And Enterprise Esports, on the other hand, they haven't been comfortable here. I think they run a weird composition as well. Actually, I don't think they're gonna stick with the composition of ISO, Jet, Vice, Sova, and Astra. I think they're probably gonna switch it up. I would love to see a Teho in there. I think that would give some utility for them, but maybe they have to go back to that Phoenix meta, go back to that Reyna that they had. I'm actually not sure what to expect from Enterprise Esports in Pearl, because we haven't seen that in 3 months.
Yeah, maybe we would like to get a final lap from Teho. I've heard a lot of people saying that, look, Teho's moving out of the meta now, obviously going to get nerfed right after, well, in the competitive patch, right after this event. So getting rid of the Teho from your strat book is a good idea in advance, but right now Teho is strong. Maybe we want to see a little bit of a final hurrah before he gets removed from the meta here. But no, we're not going to see a Teho. In fact, we're going to see what is an adaptation from Enterprise, bringing it quite close to a mirror matchup. Not quite, but relatively close.
Yeah, I do kind of like this adaptation that they have put on. I think Zeke has been loving this Fade. He has had really good performance with the Fade as well, especially in Lotus, that they have picked up that more and more. I love that they shift away from the ISO. I don't think it's good in this map. Yeah, you can kind of take ISO, and I think it's kind of misleading. Yeah, you have the wall that you can follow in terms of going to that B long, but apart from that, I don't think it's that great. Neon Yoru composition is one of the best. If you want to run double duelist, run those 2 agents. If you want to run a single duelist, Yoru would be the agent to go for. Vice, a really strong defensive side agent, but I don't want them to be too passive with the Vice. A lot of these teams, I think Bitfix to be taken as example, they were way too passive with the Vice. They just placed the wall, didn't have any contact play off of that wall, and just had it for information pretty much. BBL Pacific will take advantage of that.
Yeah, for sure. I do think, I mean, before we even get into this, that Enterprise Esports, we're going to be getting a tough game out of the way right here, right now. I mean, this map is going to be difficult for them, if not a complete sweep. Obviously, last time we saw them play against BBL Pacific, the first map was 13-2, but that was on Haven. This time we are on an even more map that we would expect to go to BBL Pacific here. So I do think this is going to be tough to start off with. It's going to be a bit of a difficult watch, Enterprise Esports fans. So I think you're just going to have to stick with it. But look, if Enterprise Esports have a good first half, I think they have a decent chance of getting into this one. But I don't think I would be upset as an Enterprise Esports fan. And this is just a warning to you here for what you might see, because look, we try to avoid not safe for work material here on the VALORANT EMEA channel, but I do think we might have to put a censorship, like some kind of warning, content warning on this one, as the first map we're expecting very much to go in BBL Pacific's favor, and maybe in a quite dominant fashion.
Yeah, anything above like 8 rounds to Enterprise Esports, I think that would be surprising considering what they have done in the past. Sure, it's a new composition. They probably practiced with this, unless they are doing their icebox treatment where they're like, okay, we had this comp a week ago. We picked this comp a week ago. I'm not quite sure if it's the same for Pearl. I'm pretty sure they have practiced this comp in the past 3 months, but they're not too comfortable. That shows from the bans. It's gonna be a rough situation here. I would love for Enterprise Esports to prove me wrong and absolutely blast off here, but I think they need to take care of BBL Pacific's fast rotations of the on the defensive side, and Enterprise, don't let mid slip out of your game as well.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, I again, as you say, I would love for Enterprise Esports to prove us wrong here, but I do think this is going to be a bit of a difficult watch for the Enterprise Esports fans. For BBL Pacific, hopefully looking strong to start out the gates. We'll find out very shortly here with Pavlos and Winter. Take it away, guys.
BBL Pacific, indisputably the best in Tier 2 in EMEA. But today, in this best-of-5 grand final, Enterprise could change that. But look, when your opponents have 2 bans coming into a best-of-5, there's no avoiding Pearl this time around, Summer.
Yeah, it's a rough one for Enterprise to start off with. We're talking about them being a team that needs to warm up into series, especially when we're talking about BO3s and into BO5's territory. Now that we're in, this is being the perma ban after, well, relatively poor performances in Split 1. Coming into this, it is all eyes on EP to see if they can close out, at least make it competitive.
Already you can see a quick response coming in from that right-hand side here from Pacific. They've cleared out Killers' life, and with that, Enterprise have seized the chance to pounce onto B. They've managed to get the spike down successfully, but again, a lot of pace with Pacific's approach. A 5v4 impending, and this could be quite explosive. I don't mind this though, either from Yas and Starkey. You've got a little bit of lurk in the making, but it will take some time for it to become relevant. Zeke, stand up, but not punish. Ooh, that's a great moment for Doma to swing. Flash coming out, but Larek is so damn fast. Zeke sidestepping the stun, able to pot a shot through, and now the lurk from Starkey could become relevant to the situation. Zeke, still under pressure, is where you make Diamond. Enterprise start of this series with a bang.
And that's exactly what you need for this team coming into it. Everyone's looking at BBL Pacific to be the champions already of Tier 2, just off previous dominance in Split 1 EMEA, as also in regionally. But Enterprise, they were a team that's been the only one that can push BBL Pacific to any sort of margins that starts to make them sweat. So coming into this one, it's definitely something to watch out for. And the fact that we're on pool, it was EP's permaban. It's exactly where you want to start it, with a pistol win, give you some confidence.
Ooh, this is pacey though. Yas actually head first and doesn't care. Head bumps all three players he sees in front of him, and instantly this round feels over, Summer. Look, I know the desk was talking about we haven't seen this map in a long time from Enterprise, right? We don't know what to expect, but I feel like it's kind of the same for Pacific. Coming into this best of 5 from the low bracket, if you're Enterprise, you know it's a real possibility Pearl cannot be avoided. You will have to play it. So, you know, preparedness behind the scenes is the name of the game here. It could be catching off guard Pacific in many a moment.
Yeah, there's not really many tapes to go on, and you hear the desk talking about it. It was ISOs even being played on this map, and of course, different composition, same map, maybe slightly different prep going into it. And for BBL Pacific specifically on this map, it's going to be focusing on playing their game, not only with the preparation that they were coming into it with, but also it's going to be a real test for their adaptations on the fly, especially when you haven't necessarily played against Enterprise specifically on this composition, but you're going to have scrims with similar sort of identities to the comp and how they're going to be playing this.
That goes there.
Well, here comes the buy round from BBL Pacific. You've only got a Guardian in the mix on the other hand. Enterprise with triple Bulldog, double... Well, it's not a double Guardian. There's a Phantom in the mix. Ah, man. The moment I say there's a Phantom, it gets degraded to a Bulldog. All right. Wanting to make sure there's some extra utility available, maybe. Prefacing the importance of that instead of the sheer firepower.
Look how sneaky Yas is. He's already made his way through connector. Comeback is at least away. Oh, but he's not ready.
Whiffed it. That's very unlike comeback. He's been top of the charts the entire tournament. First in ACS, first in rating, first in KD, first in ADR, first in KPR. And usually first in first kills. Not this time.
That might be a way for Enterprise to start pulling at the strings of this BBL Pacific's defense. Try and target it may unravel. But it's quiet across the board for both of the teams. You can see how reserved BBL Pacific are playing. They're going to be using that Aldrin to just gain a little bit of information. All the while, Enterprise are scaling up, and look how committed BBL Pacific are to knowing that this is going to be an A hit. Fully gambling that they can retake B, but it doesn't matter if they're all going to go into A.
You need to create a distraction in art, and that's exactly what Enterprise look to do first. They will be greeted by a trap. And even though they're able to find one in the process, the stars in the middle are causing a lot of pressure for Enterprise. They've got to amp up the pace. Getting onto the site, putting that spike down is of utmost importance. Flash will delay, loiter, getting faced with killers face to face. Zeke, though, will keep things competitive. How is this a 2v2? Through the chaos, how is it so damn competitive, though? You've got to take your time to put the spike into the ground, and that's when BBL Pacific pounds.
And this entry in particular, like you were saying, Comeback is one of the players to watch, looking at the possibilities of VCT should this team ascend. Open has a little bit better next couple of rounds, because this is one of the players you don't want to go silent, especially in the first map of a best of 5. The map that BBL Pacific think is the easiest to get across the boards, especially with the double bans. They had the first pick as well coming into this. The ball's in their court for this one, and if they let it drop, if they let it slip out their hands, Enterprise could just throw it back in their face.
Indeed. There's also that conversation, some about Enterprise being slow starters, right, in a series, taking some time to warm up. Technically, the little dispute that happened, you know, about the previous map has kind of given them a chance to play a half a match already, right? So it's not like they are completely, you know, without the practice.
The only negative that is they're not actually going to be playing any Sunset in this series.
I guess so, yeah. Target ban for sure. Saw how competitive Enterprise were against the third finisher of Challengers EMEA. First seed of Spain, Koi Phoenix. Nightfall on the A site. Doma on the lookout for info. Spots out a couple of players already posted up onto this A site. The thing is, it's treacherous, right? A lot of traps. He's called his team to rotate already, and he's kept a lot of the BBL Pacifics busy. Look how quickly Enterprise are traversing to this B site, and BBL Pacific don't have a clue.
But this is something that we've seen them before. They seem very comfortable to leaving this B site completely open and opting for those retakes. But the only issue, the spike is heading back over towards A. There's so much confusion. There's 10 seconds left on the clock, but comeback is still here. So is Cruin.
It's a double juke. Yas is able to find the first shot. BBL Pacific all of a sudden think it's a fake. No way, Kreven completely catches them by surprise, sticking around Enterprise, lost in the plot.
Lost in the sauce, Pavlos, and it's burning on the kitchen stove because I feel like it's a little bit overcooked in that one.
Oh yeah, slightly burnt. You can smell it already.
You can see the idea they wanted to try and pull those rotations off because of how heavily BBL Pacific are liking to stack and over-rotate over towards those A sites. But the only issue is you haven't got a pick enough to pull those players off, and Cruin is still going to be anchoring his A site, and that's exactly what you want from your stepping up Larocque onto the do list, taking down Yas.
Yeah, the 17-year-old is already shunned in the round. Already making waves. Comeback also. This is not going to be too pressuring for them. And even though Enterprise entered this round with a hero Vandal, not much will be found off of it. Enterprise, sure, they win the pistol, they win the follow-up, but ever since BBL Pacific have been able to net things together, this buy round is important. This one, I feel, Summer, will give us a bit of an idea of how this pacing will go on this first half.
May indeed, and especially looking towards comeback, he hasn't had an opportunity to use that operator just yet. But seems as there's a little bit of a stack up from Enterprise over towards that B long barrier, and comeback is already waiting with that operator. Could get a chance to get active, but again, he has support in regards to Loiter being there, to help with the utility.
Go, go, go!
Just trying to collect. Yeah, and they're just trying to collect up a couple of orbs because, you know, especially with this new composition that Enterprise are coming into with, Yoru is super important, very strong agent, and trying to get his ultimate online as early as possible for Doma. It's a lot of information that can be fed over towards the attacking side should they get that ultimate out nice and early for those site hits. It's a long way to go yet, not even halfway, but group of 4 starting to re-clear now over towards R. And again, look at the rotations coming in from BBL Pacific. They're so ready to leave Loiter alone on the B site.
Yeah, they've been tremendous on the reads. It's like Enterprise are a book and BBL Pacific have just opened it and looked through the pages. Our drone revealing intent, and without much time remaining, Enterprise will have to pull the trigger on this attack. Larocque has gotten himself very far forwards into a deep corner that might just go unchecked. Instead, Zeke is able to find him out first. 20 seconds in and the overdrive is enabled. How much can you find? Yas already spotted due to the trip. Slow down. Rose in through the smoke himself will shine. And his opponent is so damn low in front of him. Shorty in hand now. Everyone that tries to face him, try to get a hold of the spike, will have to be eliminated. But Kreven has been in a position like this before when he had 2 to deal with. This time it's just the one. Starkey, no time to plant, and Loiter knows of it, runs away, hides away. It's going to be BBL Pacific on top.
And he's even able to pick up the operator back up for comeback. Not that they're under any financial worries. There's plenty of money to reinvest, and there's plenty of ultimates to go around coming into this one as well.
How are they always ready for it? How on earth do they pull it off to have everyone here to defend?
But it wasn't everyone. Even when they're leaving Loiter as that solo B defender, they're perfectly happy because they have at least someone between that Sewers and Flowers position to watch for the look-throughs that we've seen again in round 4 when they try to do that double fake, come back to the A site, plant with like 4 seconds left. They tried to have someone going through that Sewers position and it was being watched by BBL Pacific. And that's the liberties that you can take when you are playing so reserved, especially on this defensive side, waiting for Enterprise to trip up on what they're doing. They're more often than not going into the site that BBL Pacific have already stacked up to, or even if they wanted to go towards B, they have so many ultimates for the retake, they have so many protocols on this map, because this isn't a map that BBL Pacific like to shy away from. It's a map that they're comfortable on and play relatively regularly.
It also looks a little bit like Enterprise thinking a bit too much in the mid rounds as well, right? Few decisions a little bit vibe based that ended up biting in the end. Comeback, that's an early kill going his way, and that's a lot more like it than the start of the tournament as of this far. Starkey breaking through as well in the center of the map. Hasn't really borne any fruit. This is very one-sided. Sure, this is a bit of a shaky buy, an eco, a hero rifle situation in the hands of Starkey, but very straightforward for the Turkish #1 seed.
Yeah, you can definitely see the comfortability on this map shining through. Even in rounds like these where it is an eco or it's a half buy, you can see Guardian on some killers, but it's the comfortability of knowing exactly where your gaps are. Specifically when you're talking about eco rounds, they're not wanting to fight too heavily out through doors or even into connector. They want to take timing peaks. They are aware of the gap over towards sewers, and that's why you have crew posted up there. They have so much control across the map, even without necessarily fighting for it.
Enterprise slowing down the pace, showed intent early on, but quick to double back. Put a lot of effort, at least attention, towards its mid side. And it's been left to be contested here from BBL Pacific as well. Really laying low. They've got some trips in case of a deep push in art, but the lane peak as well from Loiter will reveal no one has joined that location. 3 players towards his right-hand side will be happy to stick around. And Comeback just took a TP as well. It's already 4 players on A. This looks like history repeating itself.
And there's 40 seconds left. If they do want to make a decision to rotate towards B, it has to be done sooner rather than later.
Cosmic Divide drops. Comeback. You're thinking if he wants to use a Dimensional Drift, and that's exactly what he does.
30 seconds
Goes aggressive.
left.
Only spots out Zeke in main. Enterprise, 27 seconds. You've got to start pulling off this attack. Comeback. Looking at knock on the back door. Will he be able to barge right through? Enterprise, I think for the first time, might be able to get the spike down. Never mind. BBL Pacific disregard the Cosmic Divide, and it now fades out entirely, meaning everyone can converge in on position. All eyes in the center of the site, and Enterprise couldn't react on time.
I know we say it tends to get harder as the best of 5 goes on in regards to maps, in the sense of map pools are going to get tested. You're going to get put in uncomfortable positions, and I do feel for the Enterprise side that the very first map that they're playing in this best of 5 is the Permaban, and it is a punish pick coming in from BBL Pacific, but it's also a map that they played and they have like a 10-1 win rate on it in the last couple of months. So it's by no means an awful map for them either. You just have to get through this one and then see the light possibly of positives on going into focus.
Sure.
Going into Lotus, sorry.
Loiter wins the first 1v1. Again, Enterprise fall to the wayside from the get-go.
Bring them down.
And a step above Pacific. Take a few steps back as well. Not really willing to trade again after they've already retrieved the advantage, and Comeback knows exactly where they've trapped their opponents into. And again gets away with a free BTPs away from the fight. Enterprise struggling for numbers, struggling for control. Look for Larrick as well. He's gone on the deep lurk.
Yeah, and there's no plays that Enterprise can be that BBL Pacific are not ready for. And especially after hitting that trip now, you're going to see Cruin rotate back over onto site, and with Larrick in main, it is going to be rough if they want to push out onto this, but 30 seconds left on the clock. You still have Comeback and Loiter over towards B. It has to be an A site finish.
Where are you?
Horns in, no one spotted. BBL Pacific just playing their corners and just waiting for the right moment to swing outside of the shadows, reveal themselves, and cause havoc. Chaos. Enterprise unable to really get a footing on this attacking side post pistol and follow-up. Sure, loss bonus as it is at its maximum. Sure, you've got something available to you every single round,
Enemy remaining.
but it hasn't looked competitive just yet. It's been a complete...
This is a nice spot.
I don't know, dominance shown here from Pacific already.
Yeah, you ignore the pistol and the follow-up, and it has been a green carpet for BBL Pacific coming through. On those rifle rounds, of course, we've had a couple of ecos from EP scattered in there. A little bit of a different approach, though. Yeah, they want to go for a full hit onto A, up the pace, dimensional drift invested. See if this is the key to success, but Killers has already dropped to comeback top.
That's crazy. You peek before the smokes and you get killed because of it. Overdrive from Larrick, he gets a lot of damage across. Rose also joins in. BBL Pacific don't want the pace to slow down at all. Need to keep their opponents under pressure. Comeback is so damn swift with it. Took his first death personally, and ever since, he's been completely berserk.
Enemy remaining.
There's just too many things for Enterprise to deal with as they go for the side hit. Even with the change in pace, the aggression that they're pulling out with the Domer's ultimate, there's still too many BBL Pacific players there because the rotates are in very fast. You kill one, another one's just spawned running out of a smoke.
Here. This is a nice spot.
I just find it mad as well that Comeback knows, I mean, he had a Vandal the previous round, right? Took it onto the next round, but knows the next round from Enterprise is an eco, so draws out the Outlaw. It's these little mini things that will just give him a big advantage. One shot, one kill, body shot. That's all you need. He's smart about it as well.
And the TP as well, back over towards A to keep EP guessing. They can't adjust the strategy of, okay, maybe let's go in and have an exploration over towards A because, well, Comeback's going for his own little exploration towards main with that Outlaw. And a little bit more of an aggressive position up towards mid from Larrick, but it's a judge in hand. You can see the weapons that they've picked for this specific situation because they have money for days, and yet they're choosing the judge and the Outlaw just to maximize the position in the round. And Comeback's looking for another one, but yes, shuts it down.
Indeed. Finally. Never mind. Maybe this is actually going wrong again. A chance it will not be handed over. That recon from Rose, self-assisting the triple kill. It is absolutely absurd, clean. It feels like they just brought the janitors in and wiped the floor.
That was such a nice reveal, though. Starkey getting caught trying to put some utility to help his teammates, but I don't think it would have even mattered. Rose playing ahead of it. And I think this was something that I remember, obviously in the recent months for sure, but even back in around November, December time, BBL Pacific were great on the utility usage back in Monsters Reloaded in the closed qualifier. They were, even back then, they were showing the dominance and just needed a little bit of fine tuning around the edges, just a little bit of shine. And this is what they can do.
Yeah, a third round would keep Enterprise within sight. Not within reach necessarily, but we all know the infamous 9-3, but it's more regarding a potential pistol round win, and thereafter gaining pace on the defensive side.
At least they're trying to take some space over towards B long this time. It's something that they haven't necessarily tried. Going for this B split. Yeah,
yeah, Starkey won't be able to join his teammate. It's stupid how BBL Pacific are getting away with these. Larrock! He was mid-dash, bro. He was mid-dash. And Enterprise are nowhere. Double digits already, and it's just half time. BBL Pacific really show why they wanted to bring this map out, and Enterprise scratching their heads. A lot needs to be done after this half. We'll be finding out soon if they can do it. A best of 5 tends to be a long match that could see a team taking over the other in a war of attrition. So far, it doesn't look like we've entered that realm just yet. BBL Pacific taking over on Pearl defense.
Takeover is, I think, understating what we've just seen BBL Pacific do. Let's see if they can do it with similar success rate on the attack, and LaRock goes down early, but it does bait out a lot of utility from the Vise of killers.
Wow. You haven't even won the round yet, bro. Chillax. Yeah, this is a bit personal, isn't it? I know we would be joking around, but, you know, with all the Twitter posts, with all the interviews, but there's actually feelings behind this. Starkey. He's left unchecked so far. Not yet unbothered. He can hear some commotion, so he'll be wary of his left-hand side. Timing is everything. Kreven in the grave. Loiter also being spotted. And they're looking to converge on his position, but Starkey won't go down without a fight. Yas has joined in. That is a lot more like it for Enterprise. This is the second pistol of the game that they'll be winning. I'm just looking forward to the buy rounds already. Look, sure, you can get yourselves this this force buy. I don't think anybody's disputing that. I want to see the buy rounds.
Yeah, Saki just does such a good job backside, not only surviving long enough for the pack of his teammates to come down connector and support in the back lines, but also getting a couple of kills on his own. And yeah, pistol is super important for them coming into this one, especially since so far it has only been the pistols that they've been able to get on towards the boards. A nice boost to the confidence if they're able to convert this one as well. And yeah, BBL Pacific, they're not necessarily forcing into this. They have a shorty on LaRock who wants to get up close and personal towards mid. So if he can get anything with the space he can gain with his abilities.
Well, Starkey, good for the first blood already. Yeah, we'll think twice before peeking that one again. So many players around. There was a bit of a chase after LaRock. Unable to escape. Killers on the right timing against Rose as well. This looks like it could be a clean one. 2 players left and they might just be pincered in, especially if Enterprise opt for them push through double doors. But they are walking right into Killis's arms, and even though Loiter is able to collect them, the world is closing in on him this time around. 4 survivors for Enterprise by the end of this one. Buy rounds incoming.
Oh, this is such a nice grab from Zeke here. He's even able to net the kill, but it just stops any sort of escape coming from LaRock. And yeah, it's just a cleanup then towards the end. This is the biggest test though, right? This is something that Enterprise have not been able to do yet in this matchup, in this map, is connect a rifle round. Sure, it's the bonus, but make her as expensive as you can, because we need to start believing in this team, especially after the first half.
Indeed, yes. A little bit ahead of the curve there. Ooh, comeback. Oh, what? Okay, Doma just takes over. A little bit all over the place with BBL Pacific. And it has netted Enterprise an early advantage. This is a brilliant start, given they've also not only got double the amount of players available to them, but the 2 BBL Pacific players are well apart from each other.
And noted one especially over towards B, tripping that Vise wall. But just going back to Doma on main, it was so disjointed from BBL Pacific, but Doma's shots are very clean, connects all 3. Was able to get out safely. Now you're looking at the individuals of BBL Pacific, you talk about the team play that they can overwhelm on site hits, but now they have to turn a 2v4 into something believable. They have 45 seconds to do it, and they have managed to rejoin with each other. But do they even go for this? In the sense of, you could just save. Sure, it's 30 seconds, but at the same time, the money is 0 on left. Roseanne LaRock. Comeback sure has 100 creds to his name, but keeping these 3 rifles alive would be super important for BBL Pacific going forward.
Indeed. They know their chances here. They know they're slim, and they just want to maximize the next round for them. I respect that. I feel like that's something we didn't really get to see much against with Enterprise versus Focus in that series as well. A lot of these rounds, you know, players wanted to go for the unwinnable rounds, and they ended up actually doing a lot of damage. So it made for, you know, very entertaining Valorant. But still, if you want to play optimal Valorant, this is what you have to do. Just not leaving things to chance. 2 hero Vandals that got saved against a full set of riflery of EP.
And it's been dropped over to the 2 duelists, exactly who you want to have it in their hands, been trying to be the spearheads of this round. Should one fall, you recycle it back to the next person. Again, they want to put pressure over towards main, collect a couple of orbs, but also at the same time, they're walking in towards mid. There's nothing really stopping them from the side of Enterprise, especially when you get over towards art. The main thing is this Vice utility towards main.
Good decoy, kind of scrambles up the defensive lines, and that might just be the chance Larrick needed to just walk through. Zeke steps up and steps forwards, lining 2 kills, one after the other. BBL Pacific quickly need to reset, and they know this. 3 players just grouped up. They might actually want to go for the same fight.
Yeah, especially if there's a weapon that they can recover. Rose now has it in hand.
This is going to be a good haunt. Broken instantly. Oh, you don't know people are so close. but you are ready for it either way. Great spray from Zeke, and he was just this close to an ace. Though Kraven
I must wait a moment.
is a dangerous player, an intelligent one that you always have to respect. Spike in
30
hand
seconds left.
does increase his chances. But those are chances Enterprise will not take. Wait for Kraven to come into their arms instead. 6 now secured for Enterprise. Nothing yet given over on the defensive.
That's exactly what you need to start your defensive gambit to get back into this game, to fill yourselves with confidence, not only in this map, but for the rest of the series. And it does force a timeout coming in from BBL Pacific. Not happy with how things have been going so far. The momentum is starting to shift in EP's favor.
Yeah, this is an interesting one for BBL Pacific as a whole. Look, their coach Key, you know, we had interviews with Loiter, with a few of the players generally, and all of them say the same thing. If it wasn't for Key, they'd still be those players in matchmaking. Sure, they'll get some damage across in Premier, which is what they did. But Key was a person that got them to that next level, right? Giving them the tools that they can use to become the best team in Tier 2. Sure, second best in the previous season. Did get knocked down in the final mark and the grand finals in Ascension against Apex, but right now, there's not really that much competition.
Yeah, no, when Apex gets removed from competitions, because they obviously did win Ascension and ascended to Tier 1, all eyes turn to second place to see what they can do in the following year.
Recovering it.
I gotta say, they have not disappointed. That's a lot of information.
It is. Bit of a push and pull as well from Enterprise. You don't want to overstay there, because if their opponents end up pushing elsewhere, you are very detached from the rest of the team, from a potential crunch of your opponents. But little by little, BBL Pacific are closing up the distance. One step at a time, getting closer to this B play. Sure, the spike hasn't quite gone in the same direction. Instead, Art is where it's going. A site is its trajectory. And BBL Pacific have actually been able to find a lot of space. It's granted, of course, but they would be walking into a treacherous A site with a lot of Vice Util around. 2 players with 1 close by that could also help out. Slow but steady wins the race. And BBL Pacific make their move. Nightfall pops instantly, and it looks like Enterprise were waiting for it. Larocque can come back. Both take over, and Enterprise aren't even able to respond. 2 players remain against the 5. I can already smell a save.
I'm just impressed that Larocque was able to survive. Obviously, with the combination of Zeke and Killers' utility over towards site, going through those Razor Vines can be nasty. Guts down to 1 HP, has to freeze on site. It's almost like stuck in the mud. But still, is able to net a couple of kills in hand with comeback. And talk about a couple of kills. Enterprise have managed to get 2 on the board, but still the time's ticking. Makes it a little bit more costly for BBL Pacific, but it's almost a assurance that it's an 11th on the board for them. And at least a break to the drought of attacking rounds that have been in the last few.
Oh yeah. Enterprise would have loved to get that streak going, but again, a 10-2 advantage is a hard one to lose, and we are talking about a team that has been miles ahead of competition. Now the rest of the teams around, and you probably wouldn't like them to be capable of dropping this lead already, but look, still guns available, still money there for Enterprise to invest into weapons.
There's an ultimate as well for comeback to work with. Should they go for those slight hits later on in the round, you can gain a lot of information, readjust your attack.
Ooh, Doma, patient, and it pays off. BBL Pacific do go for a bit of a spread out approach. Open wings. And Yas might have just fallen under the radar. His teammate acting as distraction in main. The stun does its job, and a get out of jail free card delivered.
Do they know how close the Rockets are? At least they will now.
Whoa.
That's an in and out kill and back to safety if I've ever seen one. Oh,
I mean,
I think
disconnect.
comeback has disconnected.
Oh dear. I wonder when that happened though.
I mean, he's had damage done to him, so...
Yeah, that is true. That is true. So see the round to the end. That's exactly what BB... No, not disconnect.
left.
He's back. Okay, never mind. Maybe it was just looking down in double doors and we got baited from production, maybe. Either way, though.
Don't scare us like that, guys. I think we've got some
we're
PTSD
traumatized
forming.
already. All right. Well, Spike will be going down. Enterprise look to respect it. And it has given time for Combo to join in on the team as well. TP to A main. And BBR Pacific do like pushing the matter themselves, want to disrupt Enterprise from the get-go, and that's exactly what they're going to do yet again. Back-to-back flashes, but now Enterprise know those have been used, so now they can start taking their steps forward. Yas, as soon as Comeback appears on his screen, pulls the trigger, sidesteps Larox's bullets, Kraven all that remains, but Yas has come online, a Quadra found, Overdrive now able there for him in the next ones, and a round very juicy for Enterprise, could allow them to gain some more pace on defense.
I think that initial kill over towards B main was really nice adaptation coming in from Enterprise, right? Because you saw the hyper aggression they had with 3 players running up. They'd spotted Lotus positioning on that pixel peak angle a couple of rounds before, and this time they put the operator in hands of Doma, send Doma up to get that initial entry, because you definitely want to be favoring that weapon on those long-range pixel angles. Picks up an early entry, and it's an early entry onto Lighter, onto the Smokes player.
Sure. Doma again, thinking it's best he just sticks around to a deeper angle. Ooh. Does he expect someone to be this close to his left? I don't think he does. That is just simply sneakerlicious. Kraven also doubles down. Starkey gets caught in within his own smoke. BBR Pacific decide silent but deadly is the way to go.
Yeah, a sneaky path for BBR Pacific players down big long, but the only issue is the rest of Enterprise players are coming in. And look how far away some of the players are. Look at where Comeback and Rose are.
Yeah, that's gonna hurt. BBR Pacific can afford playing the numbers game, but Killis has also stepped up 3 kills now. Now Zeke requires a 1v2, but Rose has got his number. A 12th round is an inevitability.
Match point.
Not much can be done about it, and it all just started from this.
Maybe wanting to try the same thing again, putting the Yoru up over towards Belong to get the lurk kills, especially over onto the players like Loiter and Kraven.
Right there.
But the only issue is it's completely backfired, and instead it's a double entry handed over towards the BBR Pacific side. And now coming into this, round 20, up onto 12, there's 4 ultimates to work with.
Gotta go.
It's an aggressive
BBR
taking of the main.
Indeed, they've already given a lot away to take that A main space early on.
I have the spike.
And Enterprise will look to take that up for themselves again, but the more they wait, the later they'll realize that instead their opponents are tempting to hit this B site. And there's only one defending it, and that's Starkey. He's been great when it comes to anchoring the site. He's gotten away with a few multi-kills, but now pressured by the Hunter's Fury, he is forced to dance. But avoids every single one of these shots. Cosmic Divide, allowing BBR Pacific for the deep cross. Comeback as well, taking up a lot of extra space. Starkey, the only good kill he's able to find is 1, but Yasa turnaround to Comeback is superb. And now Enterprise have got the numbers. They're the ones that can actually take over the site. Steel Garden, and you're forced down to the pistols. This is a chance for BBR Pacific to actually do some heavy damage. Killers, again the one-on-one. Kraven is low, and Doma seals the deal. Spike isn't down on the ground yet. It's not even close to it. Larok is crunched in, locked in. Killers comes to help, and Enterprise are able to recover.
Was it 8 rounds that MP had said on the desk that he'd be impressed with if Enterprise can collect, especially on this map? A map that is their permaban, but they're making it competitive against the BBL Pacific. That is one of their preferred maps to go to. Second most played maps in the second most played map in the last 3 months. And I've only suffered 1 loss on it so far. Is this a time for a second?
Ooh. Not sure.
Overtime could be a possibility.
Yeah, I think you're calling it too early, Summer. Not just yet.
Maybe I'm willing it into existence, Pavlos, because right now, Zeke and Doma are chiming in. They want to make my willing into existence a reality for them, and it's a triple for Zeke into the round. Praise still can get 1. It's just a consolation on the way out. It's 9 on the boards. When do you believe?
At 10.
At 10?
Enterprise win this, and I believe. I still feel like BBL Pacific have got just too many chances, and I feel like this is a big one as well.
Retrieving wall.
There are 3 ultimates available for Enterprise, that's for sure.
Now we wait.
There is a lot for them to use to take this on. And they are looking a lot more confident. This is nothing like the Enterprise we saw in map number 1 of the series against BBL Pacific a couple of days ago. This is a completely different team, and the team you'd expect to do a lot more damage in a grand final. LaRock, though, is able to find first blood. Yaus, unable to respond, leaves the rest of the team to do the heavy lifting.
Yeah, it was a great reveal from Rose as well. No safe place for Yas to stand, and it's just a spam through the box, both by LaRock, who's up close and personal, but also the rest of the teammates that were in the backlines in support. Just look at the position Kraven's got over towards Spelong. It's just double look of the Astra and Cypher that they need to watch out for, even if the spike is headed over towards A. Release for an exploration.
You've got to be careful not walking into Doma. And that's exactly what happens. LaRock actually has his head ripped apart, and now the Dimensional Drift just finds 2 players, and you know there's 4 only remaining. He's dropped back completely to the backside. Kraven looking to interrupt, receives a bullet to the head, so that's going to deter him for an extra second. Ooh, look at Doma posting up a little bit further deep into a corner. Oh, that is spicy! How does he even connect that? But now you need to get the spike in the ground, and once one player is preoccupied, Enterprise might seize the chance to drop in, and that's exactly what they do. Nightfall, it comes in, makes come back a little bit low, but he'll quickly juice up to full health. Loiter seizes the chance to swing, and that's 1 pick already. This could be it. This is where BBL Pacific could potentially win the first map of this series, and that's exactly what they do. Pearl is locked in for them.
And that's exactly what you want from this team coming into the grand finals, right? This is your upper bracket team. This is the team that's been showing dominance through multiple seasons. And now, sure, it got a little bit close, right? You made a conversation for Enterprise as the way back into it. But yeah, it's a closeout from BBL Pacific, and that's the first map of the series.
Well, I am enjoying Enterprise trying to get back into that one. A never give up attitude is exactly what we need in a grand final like this. Sending this one over to the desk so they can give us their thoughts.
Thank you very much, guys. I mean, BBL Pacific need to be a little bit careful giving that many rounds away on a map that they supposedly should be winning all the time, considering that was, you know, it was a... You know, this is like their pick, right? This is the pick that they, you know, against Enterprise Esports, no less, who just don't play this map. They ban it out every time. They might get a VOD review from Sean Gez if they're not careful. But look, these guys are definitely still on top of things. It's just, you know, Enterprise Esports fighting with a lot more fervency than we saw at the start of their last series against these guys.
Yeah, I think it was more so Enterprise Esports taking rounds than BBL Pacific giving out rounds. Enterprise, I really loved how they started on the attacking side. Obviously, in the end, in terms of the rounds, the attacking side wasn't the hottest side for Enterprise Esports, but they understood the map well. They understood the gaps on BBL Pacific defensive side. That started from the pistol round where Starkey kind of exploited that rotation gap, and in the end, were able to win out that round. There was multiple rounds where it was was maybe Yas who pushed into R through that garden area, had found a gap. But in the end, BBL Pacific, they were usually kind of aware of those. And one of the reasons why BBL Pacific, they have really good defensive side information there was because almost every round, Rose will drone from the door, will instantly get information from shop, from mid, and from that they will usually make the decisions. No wonder comeback once again over 20 kills. How does he keep doing it?
Yeah, I mean, comeback is made of different material, constructed alternately. I don't know what he's got going on, but you can take a look at a couple rounds for me while we mull over what happened in that map.
Yeah, I think this was a brilliant round from Enterprise Esports on how to fight this A-Lobby control. Beautiful setup, play with the information that they have here on main. Let me play out this for you. This kind of highlights the comp that they have as well. They are very well equipped to fight against this BBL Pacific composition. Obviously, Yash goes down instantly, but Doma is there to gather all of the kills. And this is why Yoru is so important. After Doma gets all of the kills, he's like, I'm out of the dodge. He's already on the other side of the map, helping out killers for that additional attack that Loita might have towards that side. But the adaptation that BBL Pacific has here, on that previous round, the recon that came from Rose was around here. Look at the adaptation that happens in this round and how it kind of affects on fighting this. Sure, they don't have Doma in this fight. He's playing mid with that operator or rifle, I think rather. But he's not in this fight. But the recon to move a little bit to a different position, let me pause here, goes all the way here. You barely can see it. That small switch means that this neon, that being Yas, will be revealed and will be instantly spammed out of there. I think this is brilliant from BBL Pacific. Then understanding how they need to adapt here, and that's the work of Key that happens behind the scenes. That happened on that timeout as well. I think it was round 17. BBL Pacific kind of understanding what they need to adjust there. A lot of aggression coming from the side of Enterprise Esports on the defensive side. So from that timeout, BBL Pacific even went on the back foot and started defaulting a little bit better. But when they fought those early fights, they were adjusted well enough.
Indeed, thank you for that breakdown, and let's take another look at the maps from the best of 5 here. So first one taken away, and we expected that one to go to BBL Pacific. Let's make no qualms about that. I mean, they should have taken it, I think, a little more one-sidedly based on the amount that each team has played that one, but that's the benefit of having 2 vetoes obviously coming into the grand finals from the upper bracket. So moving on to Lotus, I do think once again BBL Pacific, we've seen have a very, very good look on this map, right, compared to Enterprise Esports. But the last time they did play it, Enterprise Esports did win 13-10. It was looking a bit shaky for them to start off with, but as we said, they warmed up into things. We'll see if they can warm up into things a little more today. We'll be right back after a break.
Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of law, but don't got receipts. I do it with ease, to you it's a burden, to me it's a breeze. You feel that? That wind is degree, that kickback. You coming at me, boy, sit back. Came out the womb like this, hit the pedal and room right quick. Gotta get it, we going up, way up, might land on the moon. Who step in a room like this? We breaking the rules right quick. They killing the mood, and up in the few, might land in a tomb. I ain't gonna lose it now. be the witness. At a time, turn a repeat to a 3P, yeah. Got a franchise on me, you more like G League, yeah. 21st century, you all the way BC, yeah. Old boy been washed up, I'm washed up in TT, hey. Came out the womb like this, hit the pedal and room right quick. Gotta get it, we going up, way up, might land on the moon. Who step in the room like this? We breaking the rules right quick. They're killing the mood and up in a few, might land in a tomb. Yeah, motivated on focus. Came a long way from the lowest. Yeah, gotta get it though, mindset.
Hello and welcome back to VALORANT Challengers EMEA, everybody. We are one map into our best of 5 grand final series here between BBL Pacific and Enterprise Esports. And things, well, I mean, they started off in Enterprise Esports' favor. There were 2 very convincing rounds, the pistol and obviously the follow-up after that. And then suddenly, BBL Pacific took it away, and we were expecting that to just be the way things went. Another 13-2 start to the series, but they did open the door just a crack for Enterprise Esports to get back into things. 13-9 is the scoreline at the end of Pearl, something we weren't quite expecting, and maybe a sign of good things to come from Enterprise Esports, considering our next map is Lotus, and last time these two met, that was the only map that Enterprise Esports won, 13-10.
Yeah, on that Pearl, on the attacking side, it seemed like Enterprise sometimes kind of overcooked the attack. They did the fake, initially got the response that they were looking for, but then went for a double fake. Yeah, yesterday or previously, when they played against BBL Pacific in Lotus, they had a brilliant attacking side. They were doing a lot of those fakes, and after they did a fake, they would go for a direct side execution, making BBL Pacific kind of second question some of the rotations that they had, and finding a lot of value out of that. But they also had a brilliant defensive side. Enterprise obviously were incredible in that map. They had a lot of confidence, and from the interview that we had with Loita, he kind of highlighted that they weren't ready there. They had slow reactions. They were kind of sleeping during that map. So I wonder if any of that have switched up for BBL Pacific. Was that some kind of fluke? Because Enterprise Esports, they didn't have a lot of success when we talk about focus and that defensive side, but against BBL Pacific, it already looked so much better.
Yeah, and I mean, we can remind you quickly of the mindsets going into this one from both of the teams. Maybe somewhat, poking fun at the other team a little bit. But obviously, BBL Pacific, we talked to, and they said, look, we're playing against a team that doesn't know how to play. Therefore, we don't know how they're going to play. How are we supposed to predict what comes from such a bad team? And Enterprise Esports going into this one thinking, okay, BBL Pacific, they're all talk. They can't back up their words. And maybe with a performance that was a little bit closer than we'd expect on that first map, that there is a tinge of truth to that one, but we'll find out how much truth there is to it here on Lotus. Let's see if BBL Pacific can adapt to what happened last time with Pavlos and Winter.
Enterprise looking for their first map win in a best of 5 grand final here against BBL Pacific. And look, it's not going to be an easy road, right? Given the fact that they've already gone down one map. Sure, Lotus was successful last time around. They played it against this team, but that was off of also some mistakes that roster made. Now, coming into this one, they will try to not make those mistakes. And in a grand final, the stakes are the highest, in which they'll make sure that things like that will not be replicated again.
Yeah, and we were talking before coming into this map in particular. It's one that it's been played both times. These two teams have faced against each other, one in group stage of Split 1 Challengers EMEA and one more recently in in upper bracket finals. It's a 1-1 on the record, so it's a little bit more of an even ground for both of these teams. Enterprise did win it more recently though, and they look like to be going on a little bit of a walk. That drone has only spotted out one player though, so Rose might be lured into a false sense of security, thinking he could walk out this smoke. The rest of the team are walking out onto B.
Sure, but Rose's role here is to be the gatekeeper, trying to keep them back, gain the information unless they do actually push. Kreven is called back. Instead of BBL Pacific settling down for the B site here, they want to go all the way towards C, and that's the spike. Oh dear, you can't lose your life here, Larek. You've got to stay alive. Oh no. Oh dear me. Oh, it's getting worse. This is completely fallen flat for Enterprise. This paranoia could be good though. It catches everybody, gives a chance for Loiter to close up the distance. Spike to be gathered. Enterprise, they've got a good read on this. And now looking at converge onto Kreven's angle. Kreven is able to find the first one. But then again, it's still a 2v2 and anyone's game. Yas looking for the ace and he's just so close to it. The thing is, both Enterprise players are low. One bullet on either of their bodies and it could be done. Loiter having the pressure on them with a spike down. He is low himself, looking to see if he can find the right timing of it, but Yas will be successful with the ace. How on earth did that just happen?
On such low HP as well. But if you can connect the headshots, if you connect the shots before they connect them onto you, then yeah, you'll take it. But it is a little bit of a fumble coming from BBL Pacific. You lose the spike, sure, you're able to regain it and plant. But so many of your team are across in different angles, taking isolated fights.
Through the smoke as well. I mean, I think he saw the weapon of his opponent there, and he saw him step back. But still, it's an ace. It's the best way you get started on a map like this.
And being only 2 away from the ultimate, collect a couple of eco frags into this one and you can make a hell of a scary bonus.
Yeah, this is a full spy as well from BBL Pacific, and they've already made one kill go their way.
Oh no.
That's the B site open. I mean, they did get the spike down previously and a lot of kills, so you can't blame them for trying, but there is some counteraction. Starkey, good timing on the cross, but then again, he was up against 2. The chances weren't quite with him. The odds weren't in his favor.
And Lorik is just sat on site with a judge. Rose's task with holding the flank is going to be come up and against Zeke. Already done the body tag. It's just a single shot needed from the sheriff. Is he going to get the opportunity? He does, but they've allowed Jazz to walk out onto site.
Okay. Let's see this, Yas. Overdrive enabled. Oh, is he going for the check? Spike touched, stun, avoided, going in for it again. He's spotted out where both players are now, but he's running out of time. And the overdrive is no longer available for him. Yeah, this is rough. This is really, really rough. Holds his ground, hoping he can defuse at least a half, but no, instead
I'm out of here.
will fall off it. Knows his chances are bleak, are slim, and Loiter, again, the last survivor for BBL Pacific, but this time able to seal the round in.
I'm out of here.
And we saw on both extremities, Kraven was able to net a kill over towards C. The core group push of 3 onto B, displacing the crosshair enough for the Stinger to do its work.
That's 3.
And yeah, it's just a simple post-plan setup then. Yats tries his very best to dismantle it. Too many players, too little time. Too many positions that they could have wandered off into.
And so we've entered the next round. Gets a little bit awkward by Wise for Enterprise. You're hoping the Outlaw can do a lot. BBL Pacific staying grouped in their effort. And slowly closing in the gap onto this A side. Thing is, the only info you have as Enterprise is the fact that you've thrown in a haunt and instantly taken down. And what sounded like a bulldog. Yas gets caught out into the open. Zeke does find a trade, but it really won't matter in this situation. Going back, closing up the distance as well. This allowing Enterprise to join in on the fight. The site very much looks like in control of the #1 seed of Turkey.
Spike planted.
No shenanigans available for Enterprise into this one.
You know what they call killers, though? the clutch god. He's got most clutches
True.
in this tournament. 9 in total. Would be cool if you made it into double digits, but you're right. You know, there is a real opportunity here, especially with so many corners, so many weapons available for BBL Pacific as well. So it's going to be a 2-1. Who would have thought? After Enterprise running the pistol, BBL Pacific are the first to get to 2.
Let's just see what else they bolster up these 3 saved Bulldogs into. Got the buy-up of the rifles for Comeback and Larocque. You have the ultimate available as well, but other than that, there's nothing really to speak of in regards to any crazy round influential ultimates from either team. But to note, both Neons got theirs up and online very early on, so it's nice to see the duelists doing their work. Skinny your teeth, Doma, you get out free.
I mean, Kreven also, skin of his teeth, gets away from that exchange. He's low, he's been spotted, so he's asking his team to help out. Flushed out with the aftershock as well, while Zeke is able to do on a lot on the other front. You don't quite expect 2 players to be already in front of B main so quick. And Larocque, well, that remains for BBL Pacific. This one, Enterprise make things look quite simple for this. No real big gunfights brought out. No real big explosions and executes. Instead, individual gunfights that have resulted in the gradual success for Enterprise.
Yeah, and the door opening from C and both those C anchors pushing in through that little corridor onto B just makes it a lot more difficult for BBL Pacific to make any which way. Try to go into A, lose a couple of players. They'll turn their sights towards B, and there's still 3 players of Enterprise ready and waiting. Able to rotate off the information they had on Kreven, knowing he's the extremity player.
Right here.
You spotted out Zeke on the retreat. And Kreven is keeping Killers busy, but not for long. Killers was the 1v1. The trade of the Cyphers. And look at Enterprise, they've actually made a lot of space out in B, already looking to threaten the backline of BBL Pacific. They might be in trouble. That's a brilliant neural theft as well. Yas has got a clear idea of what he wants to do here. He finds a spike as well, takes a deeper angle. Zeke looking to jump in, knows the TP has been taken by his opponents, but there's some counteraction. There is a reply. Starkey left on site looking to see if he can punish, closing up the distance. There are positions that were cleared before, so this is likely going to be catching a lot of players off guard. And that's the one. Comeback looking at closing the distance behind him, while Rose does also a lot of damage. Does Comeback enable the overdrive, or did they try to make it work with the Vandal? They bump heads. Suddenly, Summer, it's a 1v1.
But he goes back onto site, beats out the plan, wants Doma to get close up to main so he can peek off it once the spike goes down, but still jump peek a slide back to safety.
This is so close. Doma, the timing is in his favor, turns around 90 degrees and makes sure Comeback knows who won that clutch, that's for sure. Diffuse going its way, and Enterprise, although labored towards the end, are able to win their buy round.
Yeah, it does get a little bit awkward in the mid-round just based on the re-look through sight we had from Starkey here. Threads a needle through the gap that BBL Pacific left over towards site. Sure, it comes down to the 1v1, but yeah, off the back of Starkey in that round, you have to be looking towards the key influential impact player. And now it's Killers' turn to pick out this operator, especially on the low buy that BBL Pacific have coming into this, but they do have the overdrive from Comeback.
Yeah, it's actually the outlaw for Killers, knowing it's an anti-eco. Doesn't really come down to that. Nice little to and fro there from Enterprise to swing, get a pick, and get out of dodge. BBL Pacific, on the other hand, would love to find an empty site, get a spike down. Wouldn't be too bad of a result. Comeback knows he'll be frontlining, so ask for the stinger. More time Prowler, only one to shoot it. So we don't know to what extent there is presence. The stun will delay and might give some space. Comeback wanting to seize the advantage. It looked like that was comeback, but instead it was Yas to keep things sealed here for Enterprise. Only one casualty for the Northeast representative as they start to build a slight lead. 3 rounds in a row.
I thought that was going to be 2, I'll be honest. But yes, defies any sense of normality that wins out the gunfight against the Stinger. And yeah, a BBL Pacific timeout coming in is obviously not going to plan this map so far. Enterprise is starting to build up a lot of momentum, especially in the last few. Sure, they were able to disrupt them on that second round, being able to eco them back, but since then, it feels like Enterprise have had the number.
And I will be honest, this is the first time I think I've seen Yas outshine Comeback. Even the game that Enterprise won against BBL Pacific in Lotus, last match, 2 days ago. Sure, Enterprise won 13-10, but Comeback was by far the best player on the server. He had 28 kills to 19 deaths, while the next best in his team was at 12, and the next best in the opposing team was at 16. So for Yas, this is a big step. This is finally him falling into his comfort zone and showing that he's not fazed by the heroics of Comeback.
I think it was a similar story that Hazel was saying on the desk a couple of days ago about the difference that Yas and Comeback have in the operator head-to-heads, and that the difference was very stark, and it was very much in favor of Comeback. And now Yas getting a time to shine, and this is exactly when you want a player to do it. Grand finals performance. Ooh, light up.
Cage triggered. Cage triggered.
Just a little poking and prodding from Kraven. Spotted out 2 players, but he may have poked and prodded for too long because Domar picks him up, and Yas has extended some peaks from A, and now they know exactly where these players are going, and they're walking into a crossfire.
They are indeed. Starkey ready for it, not threatened at all. Enterprise holding on without an issue. BBL Pacific were hoping, sure, they dropped the last 2 players there, but if they were given a chance to pounce onto the C, they would have taken it, but no entries found. White flag waved, and this round will be dropping in Enterprise's hands. I wonder if you try and explore, find an empty site, try and see if you can get an isolated player, maybe one on the lurk. I wonder if you try and go for something like that, especially given that La Roque is close to the Rolling Thunder. You know, get that orb in, get that extra cash. But again, it all seems a little bit far-fetched. Enterprise have already done everything that they've needed to do for this round to go their way. And with Yas jump peeking as well, we'll realize that BBL Pacific are nearby, and it will be respected. They've also spotted out their opponent there, not wanting to test the waters.
10 seconds left.
And it makes sense for BBL Pacific, but with the timing, you wouldn't be surprised if Yas does try and run and get a kill, especially given the situation in regards to their money. But yeah, it's a little bit of a handshake towards the end. Yas spots them out, but doesn't want to go for it. Respecting each other, even if it doesn't feel like it sometimes.
Yeah, once you said respected each other, I was like,
Respect of the game.
Maybe.
Not other people.
Oof, yeah, perhaps. But I think it's also a mental game. Enterprise are trying to play right, play with BBL Pacific's feelings. They are also young, right? Sure, they've played a lot of grand finals in the past few months. Sure, they are the team to beat. They are the favorites. Still early doors in their career. You've got world champ quality on the other side. The experience of being some of the best in the world, and you do that by having mental resilience.
Take flight.
A bit of a switch up for BBL Pacific, at least on this attacking side. So they've now sent Kraven over towards that B. Again, hopefully he can get some sort of entry, which is something he's been struggling at, especially on that site. Doma's been winning out that gunfight more often than not, especially with Zeke in close rotations to help.
It's a dry peek. Slowly maneuvering in front of Starkey's position, and Comeback is able to catch him off guard. Quick to the trigger. quick to find the head. Look at Killers though. He's posted up very far forward, smoke phase, but he finds cover within his cage and seizes the chance to swing out of it. Come back. He is so evasive, but finally meets his maker. Zeke joins in. Yas with the overdrive, closing on BBR Pacific's position due to the Nightfall knowing exactly where they are. But there is one player missing. There is a sneaky Kreven that has slipped through the cracks. And with the spike being collected due to from the shadows from Loiter, this round is still very much up in the air. Gets away from the cross.
Just about, but look how far away Kreven is. There's no help for Loiter to get this spike plant down. It can swarm into sight.
They don't know where Kreven is though. That's the important part. Trying to interrupt the plant, and I think they've done so. No time for Kreven to seal the deal. Enterprise just need to hold their ground, stay alive. Kreven knows there's no chance of recovery, and Enterprise hold on.
This is a streak of rounds have been put together by Enterprise in multi-fashions of whether it's one player popping off or if it's impactful kills on those Luke players, Kreven trying to sneak into B. But even in a situation where the time was near, they knew the spike needed to get planted, Dome is there with the utility to stop it, to force the engagements. And we've seen now 3 rounds. Enterprise have won to time.
Yeah, no messing around here for comeback. He is pissed. Taki though will take him down before he drops to the aftershock. At least that's an open sight for BBR Pacific. I feel this is the most opportune situation they find themselves into once they've had guns available.
But Yas is on the flank. Oh, it's missed.
Throws.
They haven't cleared it.
Now. Surely. Oh, Yas does end up clearing it. Double kill. He knows one is close, at least to the left, and is able to clear that as well. Yas has been completely unleashed. Who let the dogs out? Seriously, Yas has just taken over the server.
You talk about comeback being this prodigy duelist, tier 1 material, and yeah, on the other side of the server, it's the neon of Yas that's truly shining right now. You're talking about this being one of the better rounds for BBR Pacific. They had a double entry, they had ultimates to work with in the post plant, but you can just see here in the replay, it's 3 kills from Yas in such quick succession that just closes the round out for Enterprise, and it puts them up onto 7. BBR Pacific are now the ones that are looking confused, looking
This is a lot more of the
bamboozled.
same. For sure. This is very much similar to Enterprise that we saw on defense against BBR Pacific last time around. Sure, in that match, they started as the aggressors, as the ones on attack, but definitely finding their groove here. Definitely feeling it. And BBR Pacific, albeit permitted entry, there's a lot available for their opponents to get this done. Killers, he's been notified and shut down. Suddenly, BBR Pacific find themselves with an upgrade and a chance to break through. Comeback, he is so damn quick. Zeke finally seems to be his kryptonite. Always there to shut him down. But still a long way to go, and no more rifles available for BBR Pacific apart from Laroc's Guardian. Rolling Thunder thrown. Doma! So dangerous, even that he's stunned. It makes no difference. Starkey through the smoke, gets the final shot across. What on earth is going on?
Doma, hello? Are we having Prime Doma show up right now? What was that double kill? I feel like we need to see in the replay, because one, sure, you got fully stunned, but the second was just straight through the smoke. You can smell him, Rose. I'm sorry, but you're not gonna have a chance to play in that round. Holy moly. And they put up Enterprise up to 8. This was something that we were seeing yesterday, similar to when they were playing against Koi. It felt everything that they did, everything Koi tried, Enterprise were just pulling stuff out of their hat, exactly like Doma's just done. Nothing that they can do is wrong.
It's cool to see Doma do that, to be honest. But it feels he only does this when he's got a sheriff in his hands or he's stunned. I want to see more of it, more regularly. I guess he's not in the position to do the heavy lifting, right? He's the facilitator. And this time, he's on the receiving end of a bullet to the heart. Ouch. Yeah, I was hoping to do the same. Potentially tested. Look at BBR Pacific are actually traversing. They're putting a lot of the assets together. Looking at group 4, sure, come back. He's patient, hoping to see if he can see anyone that piques him. But Yas, his patience pays off as well. TP, you're wondering where that's landed, or a bit of a bait to maybe allow the rest of the players to join in. And instead of C, now opting to try and make their way into B. Comeback already making a lot of ground in that direction. Zeke is traded. Starkey looking to jump in to interrupt, but Viva Pacific suddenly have the numbers and the space control. Kill expects to differ. Nope. Argumentative. And now to the A site. They sprint all the way into the site. Yas can't get the cross as the TP is there. Might be able to shut down Kreven. That's exactly what he does. Now Enterprise in the lead. This is so back and forth. Overdrive now enabled. Loiter, paranoia in hand, able to throw it in the right direction, but the two Enterprise players grouped, maybe that would be a blessing in disguise for Loiter. He does see where one of his opponents is. Keyless does tease with him eventually. 9 in Enterprise pockets. They are never out of a round's contention.
Even after losing a key piece of Doma and come back managing to lurk through B with an operator, the trays are just left, right and center for this team. You think you've dealt with one angle, you try and transition to your next point of play, whether it's getting the spike down on B or transitioning over towards A, there's someone there to catch you as you do it. Right on the tail, on the heels of the BBL Pacific players. Enterprise just not letting up.
No, they're not. Oh. Okay, sure, yeah. Sometimes it do be like that. And come back wanting to move aggressively off the back of it as well. Haunted. Oh, Hunter Fury, that's a great landing. And it finds its mark onto Zeke Rose. He paired it up nicely with his teammates as Comeback also takes over the side. Yeah. BBL Pacific will be able to close out the half with a positive, that's for sure. A third round looks like a possibility, Summer.
Yeah, at least it denies Enterprise from getting up onto 10.
Oh, yeah.
But they still have to get across the board. Yasin Killers doubling up towards Heaven. Yeah, they just can't get past the first. Kreven closes it out, gets the double kill, and gives them an opportunity. A third round on the board. It's a glimmer of hope going into halftime, right? Is 3 enough, or could this be a longer series than expected?
Strong start to the first map pick of Enterprise in this best of 5 grand final. 9-3, but BBL Pacific were able to close things out on a positive.
Yeah, little shimmers of hope towards the tail end of that half, and it at least gives them a little bit more of a buffer coming into this one, but heroics are going to be needed from this Turkish side on the defense if they want to make meal of this map.
Enterprise already show what the plan is, spotted, and therefore BBL Pacific spend a lot of players to the defense of this A side. Paranoia actually comes in quite quickly. Yaz will look to push Zeke as well. Rose looking to interrupt. The stun is good, but he's got caught through all the chaos. All of a sudden, Enterprise get gifted a few kills, and the site is theirs. Denying the part for a little bit isn't too bad. You've got more time to work with, especially with comeback coming in so quickly. Trying to open the door and deter your opponents from dealing with Larok. Still though, neither of the BBL Pacific players can win their individual fights in that moment. Overwhelmed by the sheer numbers Enterprise had at this, and double digits are theirs.
Yeah, this is such an awkward engagement over in towards 3 to realistically decide out this round, right? You had the Paranoia on top of the stun. There was an aftershock as well, coming in from Domo, just trying to defend himself and his teammates. But they do come out on the engagement, and going into site, then you have the numbers advantage. Come back on the long flank coming around. Finally groups up with his teammates, but they've already dropped. But there's no sort of investment for BBL Pacific coming into this one. Obviously on the defensive side, you can't fall back on the spike being planted as that extra boost to the economy to at least lure you into the sense of you could force it, given the sting of the situation at the moment. But instead, eyes on Enterprise into this one. It is an eco round for them. They've had a little bit of an exploration over towards C, pulled the rotations as well. And it's just keeping BBL Pacific guessing, because they're gambling left and right.
Yeah.
Back to left.
And it's definitely playing with their opponents as heads, for sure. And they're like, hey, yeah, we're right, Killers is here. But then you remember, nah, he's the lurker. He's isolated, he's alone. And the fact that Yas can move so quickly, they'll find the C site with no one to defend. He'll clear it out. Sure, flashed in for good measure. But calls his team in. And a 4v4 now, with a lot more weapons available for Enterprise. Paranoia to deny any quick play here from Kreven, but the push does come through CT. Yas stays on site. This could get problematic, especially with the Utah flying in, and indeed it does. 2 shots to nothing. And Dome and Starkey calls to do some heavy lifting. Larok with a classic. Not going to be easy, especially when the 2E players combine. 11-3 confirmed, and it looks like it's just a moment, well, a matter of time for Enterprise to shut down Lotus and make it their own.
And I guess to say, if they are able to do that, it's making the comparisons from the extensive lead both teams had in the respective map picks, right? We saw BBL Pacific, what was it, 10-2 on the half, and then they're going into the second, started to let it slip. Enterprise, on the other hand, haven't let that happen just yet. Managed to pick up the pistol and still keep some of the momentum they gathered in the first half.
It's a matrix of neon walls, but still Enterprise prevail. How did they get away with all that? 2 picks to the good. And they keep on giving. BBL Pacific, this was their buy round, and it ended as soon as so many of the pistol rounds did as well. Larok, backside. All to himself. Sure, he's got Kreven on an upper angle to keep him some assistance, some company. There is damage exerted, but a crossfire, a double peek, which Killers will stand on top of, punches both players down. A nice little combo. Enterprise 1 round away from making this a convincing showing on Lotus.
Yeah, and there's a lot of wiggle room for the side of Enterprise to work with. They can afford to make a couple of mistakes, but they definitely don't want to be elongating this map at all. Again, it's a best of 5. It's going to be a long day, especially if we see the maps traded back and forth like this. And again, it's heavy pressure towards A.
Indeed. A statement, though, from Enterprise. Winning this one would be huge for them, saying that they're out for the title, for the best in Tier 2, on the hunt to become ascended. Larok able to find 2, but Enterprise, again, capable of overwhelming Yas, getting out of trouble. paranoia troubling them. That Northf could do something to this. Kreven revealing a lot of players, giving themselves information. No, that was Killers'. Never mind. That makes it worse for BBL Pacific. Makes it a lot worse. And Yas, knowing where Loiter's coming from, will be checking. Killers as well. The backstab. And the spike isn't even being planted on B. It's on C. It's so far away. Killers telling his teammate where his opponent will be coming from. And there you have it. The backstab delivered a blow to the back of the skull. 13-3. If that is the way maps go from now on, it is definitely not what we expected. That was a very decisive showing coming out from Enterprise.
Yeah, I think we had glimmers of the decisive BBL Pacific in the first map, but you come into the second, that was Enterprise all the way, and closing out in the fashion of a 13-3 domination all throughout. But let's have a hear from our analyst, because that was not what we were expecting, right guys?
I mean, look, people, can you see this? We got a series on our hands. We got that's the worst joke I've ever made. And now I'm gonna have to wash this off. I don't know why I did that. Anyway, we've got a series on our hands. That is a marked improvement as well from the last time we saw Lotus between these two teams here. I mean, like from 13-10 to 13-3 is ridiculous from EP. That is an improvement that we just don't see that often. I mean, look, we saw the first time we saw Lotus out of these guys in this tournament was a 13-0 against UCAM, and then it went away from them the next time they played it, and we were like, we asked Zeke, is what happened, you know, like why, what was the difference? And he was just like, I don't know, like we didn't expect what happened against UCAM, and then we started on the other half and it didn't go our way. It looks like they've solved the problem. Whatever the problem was, they have solved it here, because a 13-3 is a dominant scoreline, not just in the way that we see, you know, teams winning series from time to time. This is a BBL Pacific scoreline, but reversed.
Yeah. Still, I don't know how Comeback keeps doing this. Still 20 kills once again. But like the casters highlighted, this is the first time pretty much that Yas has been able to go against Comeback in these stats, in this game, and actually exceed Comeback. Incredible performance. Yas was so comfortable in that match. And prior, we kind of felt like, was the UCAM game 13-0 a fluke for Enterprise Esports, but in the end, I don't think it was. That was incredible performance against BBL Pacific. And I do have a telestrator round to show how BBL Pacific, or Enterprise Esports rather, were able to fight against this BBL Pacific roster, how they were able to make things so uncomfortable for this side. So we have to take a look at what is happening here on the map. These positions, round obviously at 117. There's a lot of pressure. This was after Key's timeout the previous round. They kind of shifted from A towards that C side. But prior to this round, Kreven got punished on B, so he's playing way more passive. Also, there was a push from A lobby from Enterprise Esports, so there has to be way more passive with that one as well. Loiter playing further behind. When we take this onto the full screen, we kind of see the style that BBL Pacific usually had for the side of Enterprise Esports. They're getting a lot of ground, a lot of information throughout this map, and look at the rotations that come from Enterprise Esports, because BBL Pacific, they're not as comfortable in punishing or fighting those caps. Enterprise already grouping up with 5 players on the map. You see here, Comeback is gonna get a pick right here, but in the end, it doesn't matter, because you have 4 players already punishing here, and that punishment, that response is gonna come swiftly. Comeback kind of trying to find that second pick on the side. Killers being sneaky, gonna find that second pick back. And look at Yas just going full on in, and in the end, that round completely went to the side of Enterprise Esports. BBL Pacific, they kind of tried to grasp back in, but there was no chance. Enterprise just kept on rolling, and pistol rounds, they were one of the most important part in this map, in the previous map as well. BBL Pacific, they haven't found a single pistol round in this series.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really know what to think moving out of that one, right? I kind of expected it to go in the favor of Enterprise based off of what we've seen so far between these two teams, but I didn't expect it to be a 13-3. That's not just a map difference. That is complete just outgunning, and I think we saw that. It was mentioned a couple of times by Pavlos and Winter there that, you know, Comeback just didn't really show up, and Yas was absolutely shutting him down a lot of the time. Like we kind of said, would have to be the win condition for these guys if they wanted to continue in this series. It's looking like that's the case. Now we're heading to Haven next. 13-2 was how the series started out last time we saw these two on this map in the favor of BBL Pacific. So they can bring this one back, but I think there's going to have to be a bit of a mental reset here, and we'll find out very shortly, but we're going to go to a quick break so I can wash my hand.
Straight to the top like a new fade. Come for your neck like a hoop chain. Wish all you want like you blue cakes, but I'm on the roll like I move skates. Settle to the top like it's due date, and I'm never gonna stop like LeBron James. Big dreams, yeah, live large. We go hard to play hard. Dream big, live large. I work hard to play hard. I'm coming for the top and I ain't never gonna stop. Oh no. Dream big, live large.
Work hard, play hard, go hard, play hard, work hard, play hard, go hard, play hard.
Wearing them out like a bootlace, rise to the top like a souffle. I bring the heat like Dwayne Wade, dishing them out like a food tray. Big bars like I move weights, and I'm serving them up like a food plate. Yeah, big dreams, live large. We go hard to play hard. Dream big, live large. I work hard to play hard. I'm coming for the top and I ain't never gonna stop. Oh no. Dream big, live large.
Work hard, play hard, go hard, play hard, work hard, play hard, go hard, play hard.
Where you been? Now I'm back, let's bump that. Got a phantom in my hand, I'll crush that. Get an agent on flank, got a loop back. Shall we simmer on down with a 5-step? Where we been? I don't know, going downtown. Got the city lights singing like a ghost town. Got the body frags hiding all spooked out. Cause we got radiant night, you better bow down. Now whoa, you from Omega with the
Hello everybody, welcome back to VALORANT Challengers EMEA. If you thought this was going to be a 3-0 to BBL Pacific, you're wrong. Ha! Anyway, Enterprise Esports have answered back with a 13-3, and what a 13-3 it is. I mean, any 13-3 is an amazing scoreline no matter what the context is, but answering back like that after what was a tough start to Pearl as well. Keep in mind, 10-2 the first half of that map to BBL Pacific. Enterprise Esports, they're staging something here. and the momentum is very much in their favor. We're going to have to see if this map that previously between these two teams went 13-2 in favor of BBL Pacific will keep going that way, or whether, you know, Enterprise Esports can continue this improvement that they've shown since last time these two played.
Yeah, I mean, I believe that match is actually the furthest that anyone has kind of tested against BBL Pacific. I think previously it was 13-4 with Enterprise Esports and Eternal Fire. And that is incredible. And especially when we take a look at the map pool, the first 3 maps, what we have right here. BBL Pacific, they have 91 win % in these maps, and Haven is one of the better parts of that. They have only lost once in this year, and that was 3 months ago. After that, they've gone on a 16-game win streak on Haven, and Enterprise Esports, they've been under that twice. They've lost twice against BBL Pacific. First one was that 13-10, where BBL Pacific actually had a great comeback because of Loita getting those triple kills, like Doma would highlight again probably, but that 13-2, I think that was a statement from BBL Pacific that this time around there's no chance for Enterprise Esports in this map. But the momentum from that would carry from that previous map, I think Enterprise Esports actually has a decent shot.
Yeah, I think so, right? Obviously this one was, oh god, difficult to watch if you're an Enterprise Esports fan. Last time we saw these two, 13-2 is never easy whatsoever, and it wasn't like it was a pistol round and something else. These were random rounds, like 4 and 11 were the rounds that they won. So just completely random gun rounds that they won, and immediately got that momentum shifted back on them by BBL Pacific. So for them, I think definitely there is a chance of improvement here based on what we're seeing today, but they need to keep their heads up there and not get knocked down off their pedestal if BBL Pacific do have a good start to the map like they showed last time around. Either way, we're going to find out how this one goes and who will take the advantage in the series with Pavlos and Winter.
There's something about Haven finding itself as a third map of a best of 5, and this time it's in the grand final. Enterprise did have this as a third map against their match of Koi Phoenix, and they came out on top of it, right? They've got that bravado with them. 13-7 was the score, but now, off of a good win on Lotus, looking to see if they can double that up. This is going to be close. It's Enterprise starting things off defensively with BBL Pacific on the attack.
Yeah, and immediately going for an exploration over towards mid, but they have the perfect setup from Enterprise to counter this.
It is perfect. A lovely little crossfire, stun. But the paranoia is also superbly timed. Complete crunch down. And you can't help but feel that is a read on what BBL Pacific wanted to do. A prepared plan, and it works superbly.
It's just in a complete counter to what BBL Pacific wanted to do in that round, and it is something that we've seen them do a couple of times before, especially on this Haven. When they have those lighter bites, they love to have a little bit of a gander over towards mid. But the gander over towards A is the one that you need to watch out for. Rose has managed to net a kill and upgrade over towards a Sheriff. The spike is on its way. There's a way back into this round for them.
Spike planted.
Indeed. So Enterprise winning this would show they can continue the trend of finding successful pistol round wins. Kraven stuck in hell, it looks like, and Starkey will make sure he stays there. Spike to be defused and round handed over to Enterprise. I haven't been counting Summer, but off of vibes, Enterprise have been winning a lot of pistols.
They won every single pistol.
See, I knew it. My vibes were correct.
Off the vibes, you knew.
Vibes.
And especially if you have a counter like this coming through, you have the double crossfire setup. Obviously, you see Doma getting stunned up on towards that left, but it's the paranoia and the support from Zeke. It's just a perfect round for them. So you lose a couple of players on the confirmation on the exits over towards A, but yeah, great counter for them over towards B, and great trap play setup, and it's something that you're going to be seeing Enterprise do a lot, specifically normally over towards Garage. It's a little bit of a new look for them over towards B.
Yeah, this actually might be concerning for Enterprise. Taking over the A site is a little bit more difficult. Sure, you've got a lot of guns available to you, but The 5 classics from BBL Pacific have already taken a lot of space. Spike should be going down without too much of an issue. Ah, never mind. Zeke is there to completely deny it. Okay, complete control over the skies. And BBL Pacific go in for another try. This time successful, but with less players around to make sure it is stuck till the end of the round. Comeback, that's a good stun. It will deny the quick pounce. Zeke trying to get some pot shots through the wall yet again, through the boxes. It's only Kreven to find a spoil of war throughout that round for his team. Only one pick go their way as Enterprise are quick to pounce in a second.
Yeah, and just with context of the last time that we did see this map, it was domination coming in from BBR Pacific, similar to what Enterprise were just able to do on Lotus, is how Haven concluded the last time these two teams bouted on this map. So it's nice to see Enterprise able to change, course correct history, have a little bit more of a competitive map on their hands at least this time. But eyes on BBR Pacific, rifles out, full shields out. Yaz with an outlaw can do a lot of damage, especially if Zeke with these shock darts can land some to soften the blow.
Yeah, Starkey might be in a little bit of trouble, but there is support around.
Gotta go.
You do have Zeke in direct contact with him, and you've also got Yas that could potentially drop in for an extra pressure position. BBL Pacific wary of such a possibility and unable to sort of take Starkey out of position there. Doesn't provide them an early lead, but still maintain their posture towards A, still hold their ground. They do tease with the Aldrin towards B, and that's when Yaz decides to take a step forward. Kreven will punish, and now A side looks like an inevitability, looking to push exactly onto the position of 2. Never mind, double back, 50 seconds in, and they drop back.
But the thing is, the longer they wait, you can even see the rotations already coming through for Enterprise. They want to bolster up their site. They're going to be going for that gamble. They have lesser weapons, so they try and overcome with putting all the numbers in the right places, catching BBL Pacific off guard, but there's nothing that's going to catch them off guard about this push. There's a trip over towards front B, so they're going to be alerted relatively soon that this is the conclusion for this attacking side. But still an opportunity.
Couple of flashes and stun available. That is definitely there for Enterprise. Breaking through the smoke, no one there, but it's all going to be off of mid here for BBL Pacific. Maybe Loiter will consider go for a lurk as well onto Garage. Space cleared, smoke over the spike given. Zeke with the first pick of the round for him. Comeback makes it easy peasy on his collection. Hunter's Jury does make things a little bit more chaotic though. You've got to be cautious. Starkey, lovely Sheriff headshot. Rose though starts to appear from window, and off the back of Larox's flash, this is going to be a quick end to the round. BBL Pacific, they get guns on the board and they make them work.
Yeah, and really starts off with the great shot from Kraven coming in onto the neon towards shore, onto the player that has that outlaw. Does get a body shot off, but that's about it. Yas does fall. And immediately off the back of it, it was the bonus, so the rotations come in relatively quickly for Enterprise. They want, like I said, they want to bolster up that A site, and instead BBL Pacific turn attentions in other places. And that's where you really saw the utility that they had left outshine the Enterprises, and on top of the weaponry that they had, they were forced to fight through mid just based on the plant and the post-plant positions of BBL Pacific players. That Larox utility was able to assist. Same goes for Roses through window.
Well, I hope this technical pause isn't due to a rule dispute. I hope this is just a technical pause. We're a little bit traumatized with it this weekend, aren't we, here, Summer? But for this match, it's kind of put things to a halt before Enterprise can get those guns out, right? This is a moment where you hope they could build they could start, you know, building things up economically on this defensive side. And look, for BBL Pacific as well, this is a bit of an odd spot to be in. I think losing 13-3 is the most side that they've lost the map. Definitely this tournament. I don't know if all season long, right? This is very, very one-sided. And you've got to come back from it mentally. You can't allow Enterprise to do that back-to-back, because when that happens,
It goes here.
Your backs are against the wall, and Enterprise will be one map away from stealing your Challengers EMEA title away from you.
And also going into the next map being Split, which is their choice. So it is that sort of push and pull of BBL Pacifica, also very good on Split, arguably better than Enterprise if you want to look at the raw stats. But yeah, picking up a win here would be hyper important for either team. Putting you up not only another map ahead of your teammate, of your opposition, but also up onto series point, and then it's only one more that's needed.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be an interesting one. I feel like this Haven matchup will be integral for either of these teams' success in this best of 5. A pivotal point in this grand final. And I am receiving word that the game should be unpausing any second now as well. Shortly, we should be jumping into the game, so no worries about that.
I'm worried.
But yeah, we'll be running things forwards for sure. Look, you're starting to see some ultimates available, right? Kraven has already gotten his. Hunter's Fury 1 point away from it, so that's some really good pieces of utility for BBL Pacific entering this next round, the buy round for EP. You interrupt that, they're back onto an eco. This is a great chance for actually the Turkish representative to put a lot of reps in on the attack.
Yeah, like I said, start a string of rounds. And to start it, they want to go hyper-aggressive over towards Garage, but Starkey shuts it down, or at least gets one through his trouble. Kraven does have an immediate response.
I must wait a moment.
Yes. Shutting down Kraven. Rose gets caught. Overstays is welcome, some would say. And Enterprise now have a lot of players to throw at this. Loiter all by himself, as Larok did get shut down in his own individual fight. It didn't take long for Enterprise to take over there. Sure, side control was given, but too many casualties in the process.
Team Ace.
But for the side of Enterprise, you immediately shut down the main pressure creator for BBL Pacific in that round, which has come back over towards Garage. Sure, there's an immediate trade. And yeah, you get the kill and you start spamming the body, which leads to your inevitable trade. It is lucky for the side of EP they were still able to close that one out, otherwise Ice were going to be going towards Starkey.
That goes there.
But benefit for BBL Pacific is they were able to get the spike down, so there's a little bit of extra money that they can get a couple more rifles out into this one. Real scrape in the barrel. You got a Guardian and even a Sheriff out for Kraven. It's not ideal.
No. But it's something. Definitely. Now, BBL Pacific are one of those teams that have created a lot of opportunities out of nothing in moments you least expect. That's where they're most dangerous. But when you leave Starkey in an undiscovered position, ready to pounce, at a moment's notice, you cannot expect success. Doma also triples up this round. This lad's feeling it. 4 now on the tally for the Enterprise team.
My ultimate is ready.
Redemption moment for Starkey into that one. Is able to get the double kill this time. And yeah, it's just more of, for the side of BBL Pacific, this is now, that round was something that you scraped the barrel, you forced into as much as you could, because you know how devastating it is to be coming into this round now, coming into the 6th round, halfway point over their attacking Gambit with only 1 round. And now back onto an eco. Not really much to work with in this round. The win conditions you're looking at is come back with a Stinger. Maybe Rose can get a couple with the ultimate if they put in the best situation to use it, but it really is pulling at strings.
I'm out of here. Suck it.
Yeah, you're right. But for this one, side control again will be given. Enterprise, knowing they it's best to just handing this one over. Rolling Thunder, catching out most players. Killers waiting out to push the moment the ultimate drops. Breach Aftershock does land, you've got to respect it, therefore not defused just yet, but on the spike again. Recon, backside, Zeke spotted, Yas seizes a chance to swing. All of a sudden, Enterprise are charming it together, and they're making it look damn clean. Doma hangs onto his life there with 1 point of health to spare. Yep, no kills handed over to BBR Pacific. The thing they can be grateful for is the spike plant.
Yeah, I think that's really as much as they can be happy with coming out of that round, right? Stinger was the biggest investment you go in, and sure, you don't necessarily get crazy amount of kills, but you get the spike plant.
Oh, this is a nice spot.
But at this point, you lose any more going forward, you can be on that full loss bonus anyway. A couple of credits from the spike isn't really going to do too much of a dent in the money disparity between Enterprise and BBR Pacific.
This is aggressive from Yas though, might be catching some players off guard. There was a paranoia involved, so Comeback couldn't quite react to it quickly. But he is holding the angle, and Yas, sure, escapes, but he's still very deep in mid, and finally gets connected with from Kreven. Hunter's Fury off the back of it as well. It's one big ultimate to get out of the way here for Enterprise, but still, numbers advantage for BBR Pacific, and you haven't said that often on this map.
And especially taking down Yas, player that's been shining in the previous and into this one as well. It's a massive piece off the board. Comeback seems to be aware of a possibility of Doma in this corner, but the teammates up close to personal check. They do, they do. So that's Loiter aware of the positioning.
Yeah, it got scary for a second when the barrel got revealed, but then again, Loiter is smooth with it. And fast. This time, BBR Pacific considering they want to hold it from within the site instead of dropping down to mid. Enterprise, with 3 players remaining, know they've got a tough ordeal ahead of them. An unlikely round as well. Hoping you can get a pick or two if you want to commit to this round. But without it, it's hard to say that they will. Paranoia in Zeke's position. You're asking for the rest to chime in. Comeback closes up the distance. Killers, how much damage you can do? That's 2. Comeback nearby, and he doesn't miss those. No way he does that. Starkey, he just got given a gift. But the time is running out. A Rolling Thunder is available. Sure, he can hope for maybe another kill, maybe to lure out the Rolling Thunder, but that is not happening today. Kreven closes up the gap, is able to find the side of Starkey's head, and BBR Pacific finally in the attacking rounds tally.
And I don't think they were able to actually retrieve that operator either at the tail end of that round, so it's gonna either have to be a reinvestment from Comeback, which I don't think they necessarily have the funds for, or forced to play without. Oh no, they were able to get it. It was a reinvestment from Kreven.
This is a nice spot. This goes here.
Okay. So we settled down to 3 ults per side, operator in each team. This will be interesting.
Doesn't seem like we're gonna get the operator head-to-head though. One posted either side of the map, and especially with Yas being spotted out so early with the jump peek from Rose, you can see them hightailing it out of there.
Shadows traveling.
For BBR Pacific, they stay grouped. Death will approach, leave Kreven to his own devices. He's, often, not given the credit he's due. He's been a big reason this year BBR Pacific have stepped up further than they had the previous one, right? And doesn't often get reflected on the kill sheet, but the incredible lurks, how smartly he keeps players busy by also giving his team information in the process is something you definitely can't dispute.
Off your feet!
Oh, bit of a fake towards this A site. Rolling Thunder used, and that's going to make Enterprise move a lot, though they are walking inside a trap. Yas gets spotted. Do you expect killers to also be around? A trap has been taken down. Pushing through the trap, pushing through the cage. It's been heard. Sprayed down from killers. Can't connect onto the second headshot. BBR Pacific are in pole. Starkey's position gets read, and nothing really goes Enterprise way this time around. BBR Pacific dance circles around him, and Zeke is the final hope for Enterprise with 4 players up against him. Yeah, that chance is simply not there. This should be a team for the Turkish side, a round for the Turkish side, rather. Zeke, he'll keep things competitive. Find a kill here or there. Get closer to the Hunter's Fury, perhaps. Avoids comeback shot. But other than that, It's going to be a third round for BBL Pacific.
A lot of utility and ultimates expanded over towards that A site to sell the fake, but it still comes back down to the operator head-to-head between Comeback and Yas. That was their way into that B site because they still had 2 players there. They were still in transition towards that A site in support. And it was impact kill from Comeback that allowed them a way into site, and obviously then dealing with killers.
That goes there.
Important, but seemed doomed from the start. But coming into this one now, there's still weapons available for Enterprise, and even the Blade Storm's available for Yas, who's going to be going aggressive over towards A.
Recon instantly taken aback. So if you're Yas, you know there is presence around. You've got to be cautious on the edge of your seat. Comeback also knows a real possibility for his opponent to be onto his right-hand side, but you've got to be careful. Don't want to be overstepping here. And all Yas is doing is keeping them busy. The intuition for Killers to spray through the smoke there is actually incredible. It lures both players on C-Long, back away from this angle, running out of blades. Yas finally has to fall. BBL Pacific are sprinting towards A.
And just in time, Zeke is revealed over towards Torch for Kraven to capitalize, and even a player onto site now, but Doma stands the test, release of the first. Kraven a third in the round. And a spike plant, a post plant situation for BBL Pacific, and it doesn't even look like Enterprise wants to even entertain the idea of this retake. A 2v4 and a 4th round for BBL Pacific on the boards.
That's more like it. We definitely have the game on our hands. It felt like it was very much the Enterprise show on the defensive side, but I feel like BBL Pacific have figured out how to play with this. Try and lure, entice the opposing players. Try to get those early picks. Let Enterprise reveal themselves on their opponent's screens. There's a lot of that going around, and they are quick to sort of change their ideas mid-round, right? Kind of go from one side to the other at a moment's notice.
Yeah, and I think it was this kill in particular that they got onto Yas. They'd already, for the side of Enterprise, they'd already joined out B. They saw nothing or any presence over towards A, and there was glimmers of shooting through smoke towards C, especially with the damage that was done over onto Starkey. Yas just thought he was taking the position, the empty space, gets caught in transition, punished, and also allows for Kraven to get the ultimate online, utilized. And then for BBL Pacific, they had all the information that they needed. That's a bit of chip damage.
Yeah, I like the Odin. I'm a fan. I don't mind it at all.
Ah.
Yeah.
I left
I'm bad at using
Newcastle.
it. But I've got a friend that loves playing with the Odin, and he doesn't have a skin on it. So every time he drops it, I have to drop an Odin skin over. And yeah, we bond over that moment. I provide him the Odin, he does all the killing.
Let's see.
Either way, though.
Yeah, let's see if the Odin actually gets any kills into this one. As it seems Yaz's operator is going to be the first opportunity to get anything. They start to leave. They start to peel away from A.
I have the spike.
Yeah, it is that B site that Enterprise are looking to push into. Well, BBL Pacific instead. And sure, Enterprise have put a lot of chips onto the A site of things.
Here.
But they haven't quite been able to stop BBL Pacific from taking space early. Spike will be going down, and there is no counteraction. You're hoping to take this fight straight on, and you hear Loiter's TP above, so you do find the moment of pounce. That stun was gorgeous. It catches 2, and because of that, the kills fall in shortly after. Rose has to hold his ground. Smoke. It is a push out from Doma. But as it fades, Enterprise can't avoid these fights anymore. They need it, but they need to buy time also for Killers to arrive. Rose realizes there's some stalling involved, realize that Killers could be around towards the side. EP need to move quick. They're running out of time. But BBL Pacific are hiding in and out of their corners. Suddenly, though, they reveal themselves, and that's when Enterprise are able to pounce.
And it really comes down to the barrage of kills that Enterprise were able to get so early on into that retake. Flooding back into the site. Sure, there's a couple of trades back and forth, but utility that came out from the Enterprise players, specifically from Doma in regards to the stuns and some of the flashes.
Last player standing.
put BBR Pacific in such an uncomfortable position. Sure, they had the post plant. As soon as the smoke comes out from Starkey, it starts to get a little bit worrying. You have to put your body on the line. You can't just jump peek it anymore. Have to peek out. And there was 2 players of Enterprise waiting to collect. And that's just a little bit of a break to the streak that BBR Pacific was starting to build. It was their way back into this half. Although it doesn't seem Enterprise are too happy with how not only that round, but the last couple have transpired, taking a timeout to see what they can fix up, what they can adapt in the last 2 rounds of the half, because an 8-4 is definitely a massive difference to a 6-6 or even a 7-5.
Oh yeah, big time, right? Either team would love to have that advantage, but it's Enterprise that are on the precipice of it. Rounds have started to get a lot more competitive, right? It's a lot more back and forth and less reliant on those early peaks. It feels like both teams are less eager to go for these early explorations, to take those gambles, take those risks.
That goes there. Oh, this is a nice spot.
Let's see if anything changes after that timeout, if there is a difference in approach. For now, looking at the minimap, BBR Pacific might be looking for a very quick pounce to the towards this A site. It might be a big pace changer. Yas, is he able to shut down Comeback's life here? If he does, that would be marvelous. Oh, the recon does spot him.
What?
Instead, he still gets away, and with a pick in hand. It's ridiculous. It's crazy. And repositions for Kreven's collection as well. Goes in for another, but realizes it might just be too much and allows Zeke to do a lot of the damage. The Rock realizes he has no more friends around to help him. But something he doesn't know is that world is closing in on him as well. Killers on his back, on his case, and on his head. 7-4, and it's a flawless round after the timeout to give Enterprise the win.
Yeah, that is a nasty shot. And a nice reposition to up on top of the box. Catches Kraven off guard, and
Goes there.
yeah, for the side of Enterprise, you're definitely happy with this scoreline so far. An opportunity to push it to 8, especially now you're looking at Doma's and Zeke's ultimates being online, both initiators with them online. And there's opportunities for retakes, especially if they go over towards that B side that we've seen BBR Pacific favoring. A lot of post-plant utility that they'd have to burn through from the side of BBR Pacific, or at least survive through. But I say that, Zeke's preemptively using it as soon as any information that they're outside garage and Rose falls.
Oh dear, that's not what you want if you're BBR Pacific. And the Rolling Thunder jumps in on them at the moment they try to get the spike down. Starkey is there, not only to interrupt Larrick, but also keep the rest of BBR Pacific players back. This is daunting. This is scary to play up against, and comeback is required to try and bring them back into this round. Hold true to his name. Yas is on behind. He's there in case BBR Pacific get any other ideas to rotate backwards, but instead the W keys are pressed. Killers closes down the distance, and he's also great at closing his opponent's life. Smoke will fade, and there'll be a bit of a head-to-head between Starkey and Kreven, but Kreven jumps the gun and might actually give BBR Pacific a chance. Spike in hand, Yas behind. He'll be closing in the distance.
Ultimate on plant as well, so if he can get a body, he can get this out. But is he going to be ready for Zeke so early? Oh no, he is not. And sure, the information comes through. But it's too little, too late. Zeke jumping the gun ahead of any information that Kreven could have picked up. And it's an 8-4 on the halftime for Enterprise.
We're getting to see the replays as well from the half to begin with. That was incredibly spectacular, really. Back and forth, but it's Enterprise that seem to be in most control by the end of this one. Second map consecutive where Enterprise are leading at halftime. BBL Pacific have got some catching up to do. Haven was their choice, and they're the favorites in this series. The upper seed, the team with the 2 bans, a lot to be done here.
Yeah, and looking at the setup from BBL Pacific, you have the Cypher trips over towards C, and similar to Enterprise, they're stacking a couple of players over towards this B site, ready for any sort of mid-exploration from Enterprise. They don't want anything to do with it. All they want is Kraven over towards C.
And he just took a jump peek, right? There was barely any time for his opponents to react, but the fact there were just so many players shooting bullets towards him, it was enough. BBL Pacific, though, trying to bring the pace onwards, disable Enterprise, but no such thing is happening. Instead, Yas takes over, 3 kills to his name. Not a hint of damage was taken that round from Enterprise. It was so one-sided.
That's going to save him a little bit of money as well coming into this one. You can see a little bit more of investments coming in from players. Doma's picking up the rifle. A couple of Bulldogs coming through.
One enemy remaining.
There's just too many
The
players.
flawless streak of pistols continues, by the way. This is still Enterprise winning every single pistol of the series.
Yeah, in 3 maps, that is impressive. That's what, 6-0. And sure, it didn't necessarily hurt BBL Pacific in the first match, but in the last couple, might be that slippery slope that we were talking about, that Enterprise warming up into the series. And if this is them warm with a 13-3 on the previous and looking at 9-4 scoreline now, get scary as we head in further and further into this series.
You know what's scary, Summer?
What?
If Loiter pushes forwards and sees 5 players appear on the screen, okay, that is scary. But his life isn't exchanged. He's able to give the information to the rest of the team killers. This is not the best gun for this angle, but we'll make it work. How about that? Early pick in Garage. Now they can use that as a pressure point, but they may not even need it. The C site taken over, and there is no response here from BBL Pacific's save eco round. Doma finding the final player as well. Double digits collected. 3 rounds away is a scary prospect for the Turkish team.
One enemy remaining.
A lot of rounds and a lot of opportunities for Enterprise to push this lead even further. This might not be necessarily the best one, but they still have 3 rifles, 3 Phantoms across the board. You have a Guardian, even a Bulldog. This is not a bonus to shy away from, especially even when BBL Pacific aren't fully kitted out. You have Loiter on a Guardian, half shields for a couple of the players. It's not.
This is one of the most comfortable bonuses you'll ever see a team be on.
Yeah, it's not necessarily a bonus you normally see.
A lot of space gained in Garage. Trips broken. Cam as well. So it has to be respected. I wonder if they back from it. Yes, they do. They're happy with just creating question marks in the map for their opponents. Keep them more spread apart from one another. And potentially use that to their advantage to find a gap. Breach through. Talk about breach. Larocque might be in trouble here. Knows there are a lot of players approaching. Aftershock did go in his direction, and the Owl drone reveals him to the back of the site. Thing is, Comeback is waiting to push through the smoke, but Enterprise are quick to switch up their minds again and go towards C. Starkey with the opener. Loiter didn't stand a chance. Already, EP gained a lot of ground control. Paranoia, Kreven not affected, and he's in the right position to receive his opponent. Still though, you haven't dealt with him in the back of the site. Now you have, but Comeback joins in. Not for long. Rose now is a 1v3, and that seems like you're asking just too much.
Too much indeed. Safe pair of hands is Doma, and even then you have the Clutch King of Killers, and then Zeke as well. And that's 11 up for Enterprise. 6 of the last few rounds, all in a row for the East team, and yeah, timer coming in from BBL Pacific. Feels a little bit too late. This scoreline is 4-11. It's going to be a lot of hard work to just climb back into a competitive scoreline. And even that, you're going to be going over into an eco or a force buy. It's not going to be pretty, the buy that they managed to scrape together here.
Yep. This is not looking like the confident BBL Pacific we know of them to be. And look, in the grand finals, they have looked like the weakest form, right? You more often than not, right? In every single match that they play throughout the season, more often than not, it's dominating, right? They win with a big difference. It doesn't look close. The players, they're shining. But in best of fives, it goes to 5 maps nearly every time. It goes to 5 maps nearly every time in against teams that you don't expect them to go into 5 maps with.
Is that where you think the experience of both these rosters come in, right? Because you're looking at Enterprise. We were talking about the old guard versus the new. And I think this is a very clear representation of both, right? Enterprise, you have such experienced players, previous world champions. BBL Pacific, you have the young guns. The young Turkish superstars, the players that you see who've come up from premiers.
Still mind-boggling that they've been able to go so far. They were just 1 step away, 1 map away from actually ascending from Premier in 1 split. And that was right as Premier was introduced.
Cover going out.
That would have been mad. But no, history did not really become a reality at that point. They didn't actually make history in that moment, but they have definitely turned a lot of heads. But Rose's head is also turned in the wrong way for this one. Out from the server. And Enterprise are actually making a great move towards C. That's the Baron of the 2 sites, but it's not without BBL Pacific being close. They've actually rotated quite quickly. All 4 players are around, and it begs the question, do they try to pounce before Enterprise get a chance to settle in? Yas not affected by the stun, nor from the paranoia, and that's why he puts a complete halt to his opponent's efforts. 12 now, knocking on the door of putting Haven under control and being the team in the lead in this best of 5.
Feels like this round just completely wrapped up in a bow. It was an eco for BBL Pacific. They get just in time towards the C site, but they're unable to get out back site without any sort of contention because, well, Yas is there. Outlaw in hand, and it's just issue after issue for BBL Pacific. And now up onto 12 for Enterprise. They're on the attack. They've started dictating the pace of this game, especially when it comes to those rotations and where they're wanting to do that push and pull that we were talking about previously. Feels like they're masters, pros at the game, and especially after another early death for Rose. They try to explore towards C long, and it's just worse for BBL Pacific. It's 3 down. They've only been able to get Starkey.
Comeback finally putting an end to Yas's hero's journey. It was starting to get a little bit out of hand, and Comeback wants to have another say Zeke. How is it always Zeke that kills him, by the way? Kreven. And a 1v1, and I think he's just escaped Zeke's eyesight. Yeah, this should be simple. Zeke turns around and makes it a little bit daunting, but it is dealt with. Kreven does end out on top, and BBL Pacific remain in the game.
This off the back of Comeback, you'll see it in the replay here. Good for the first. Repositions into the garage to get the second and third. Fourth on the site, unable to connect for the ace.
Yes.
Fortunately, Kreven able to close it out, but yeah, you're looking at this one. Perfection is required from BBL Pacific, and even in rounds such as that one, comes down to a 1v1. Starkey's making a play.
He is. Comeback is aware of him, and he's won pretty much every duel he's had for the past couple of rounds. And if he wasn't going to win that one, there was also assistance behind him. So I guess you've lured your opponent out for a little while. Loiter gains the information and TP's back to safety. Paranoia, that's good. It's strong. Stun coming in as a follow-up. Loiter needs to be careful. Comeback chiming in as well. He's been able to balance his efforts into this round. Good so far. And being a big enough of a distraction for Doma to potentially get caught off here, and that's exactly what happens. Rose steps up to the plate, but Zeke now requires a 1v3, finds 2 already, but it shall not be enough. Larocque and Creven converge, and BBL Pacific are starting to build some momentum on the defensive side.
Oh, and the flashes from Larocque are great. Especially for them retaking through from that backside. That flash just pushes the kills on a plate, serves them up on a plate for Rose to collect. And now we're seeing another timeout coming in from Enterprise, wanting to make sure this is one of the main opportunities now in regards to the rifle rounds before they start to lose grip on their own economy. They have a couple of ultimates. You have Domas online. Could be a prime opportunity to close this out.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think they have to take a time here, a moment to think about this. Take a few steps backwards as well. Yeah, thank you for the jump scare. Yeah, the observers always find a way to scare us a little bit, but still, BBL Pacific, I feel like it's more of a scary situation for them instead, right? Enterprise are the ones in control, and this timeout, I think, is well timed. Will it be enough for them to cross the line here?
Well, only time will tell. And I made a conversation about Enterprise's ultimates and what they could be talking about in that timeout, but you also have to make a case for BBL Pacific's. Comebacks is back up online, Roses as well. And we've seen how proactive these Sova Hunter Furies can be, especially on the defense. We saw Seek area with a couple of kills over towards Garage with it.
Here.
Yeah.
Instead, they're playing so heavy over towards A, starting off with 4, claiming space over towards lobby. Should they start to push, especially as soon as they start getting contact of 4 players over towards long, there's going to be a fast flank from both, well, all 3 players actually of the A anchor. Killers, you have to be careful.
Ooh. The timing will be everything on this, and I think he's just escaped them. Oh, never mind. Comeback is able to take one step back and realize his position. But if you're Enterprise, you know you've just exchanged places with your opponents. Trip broken as well behind them in C-Long, so they're going to have to be cautious about that flank being breached. Hunter's Fury as well was a stun. And most of the Enterprise players are actually able to do a lot of avoiding, but there's still a lot more Utah where that came from. Aftershocks, flashes, and as well as a barrage of hot lead on their opponents' faces. BBL Pacific step up.
Starting to close the gap, Pavlos. It's starting to get scary, especially if you look at Enterprise now. The money is not great. A couple of players down for the count, but Yas does obviously have those Blaze Storms.
Here. That goes there.
Same goes for the ultimate, starting to come back online. One away from the neural theft. Doma still has his in pocket. It's an expensive round for BBL Pacific in the last.
Standing ahead.
Well, Enterprise have found ways to make these types of rounds competitive, and especially with the Rolling Thunder available in Yas on Blades, you can't help but feel this is still a round that is within reason. Yeah, but BBL Pacific, though, on these post plants have been able to convert quickly on their opponent's positions, disallow for those setups. Aljoin to get some early information, though. Comeback, I don't think he got spotted. Yep, I don't think they know exactly how close he is. So, might get caught off by the peak, no. Instead, Enterprise hold their ground 1 minute in, and they might be heading towards this right-hand side.
Yeah, but they might be heading right into Rose, especially on this pixel angle. He gets the information and backs up for this site hold. One scary thing, though, if Larocque starts to get kills, he's 1 away from that Rolling Thunder. This could be a massive
same goes for
tight
killers
now.
as well for the neural theft, right? So this kill could be big. Creven. Oh, no way. For a moment there, I thought I actually got away with it, but he does end up getting a pick, which isn't too bad, and the neural theft is found from killers. They realize everyone from BBL Pacific is on the right-hand side of the site. Sprint towards C.
Okay, what are they going to do in this post plan? Because there's no ultimates for Enterprise, so they want to keep hold of this garage position, especially if Larocque starts to get active in this.
Aggression potential here for Enterprise. Like you said, garage push could come their opponents' way. Killers needs to be enough of a distraction in long, but now they've realized the push is on. Yas looking to see if he can distract them long enough. Zeke chimes in. Killers as well. The spray downs, they work. Comeback. He He is one step away from being shut down here, but he'll hold on until the final mark. Starkey gets himself behind his opponent. Enterprise do what was required of them. Not only did they manage to equalize the map score a moment ago, but now are the team to beat. They're the ones that are one map away from being the victors of Challengers EMEA Split 2.
Yeah, and it feels like the last couple of maps have gone in such a flash, just by how dominant it's been for Enterprise, especially in those half-time scorelines. But a little bit of a bite back from BBL Pacific, but it was not enough in this one. And I'm worried, I'm starting to get worried for the reigning champs.
Yep. Me too, Summer. Let's see what the desk has got to say about this one. No wonder they'll have a lot to talk about this one as well.
Yeah, in just a second, but right now I don't even know what to say. I mean, BBL Pacific, I think a lot of us assumed this was going to be, they had the upper bracket advantage. They got two bans. Yeah. And we were kind of thinking, 3-0, 3-1 to BBL Pacific. Those are realistic scorelines, right? Look, 3-1 if you're going to be generous to Enterprise Esports. They get a pick as well that they'll probably enjoy. 2-1 now already to Enterprise Esports. Things are looking worrying. I mean, there were signs of mental boom, whatever you want to call it, kind of, some upset from BBL Pacific towards the start of that map. I mean, Comeback died to being upset after getting a kill. And I don't know. I'm a little bit speechless at the moment. For Enterprise Esports, this is a really good look, and this is such confidence building. We heard from them in interviews that the largest component to them getting past BBL Pacific was getting through a mental block, right? Looking at this team and being like, okay, well, it's BBL Pacific. They're an Ascension team. They have won the last Challenger stage. This is a difficult team, right? And once you get past that, possibly you can start actually playing like the best version of yourselves. And that's, I think, what we're seeing from Enterprise Esports right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And for us Northeast representatives, Enterprise Esports, it's looking brilliant. It's incredible what they've been able to do here, shutting down BBL Pacific. And my theory right now here is, when we look at the stats that happened right there, Larok, Loita, kind of performing under the weather. I think they had 8 kills in total. Yeah. The youngsters, who are usually kind of high on energy in the voice and are usually hyping up the roster, I feel like that could be the thing that is happening on BBL Pacific right now. They're struggling on the server, which kind of makes them struggle in terms of that communication, in terms of that hype. It's really hard to hype up your team when you are like 4-17, 4-14. So that could definitely be the case for BBL Pacific. For Enterprise Esports, they're more confident than ever. I love that Starkey is doing a lot of plays with the shrouded steps as well. There was one brilliant round where he was able to TP behind the lines of BBL Pacific, surprise them completely, take out 2 players instantly, and that won them the round. Also, the proactiveness that Enterprise Esports had. They had a timeout in round 11 where I imagine they kind of discussed the round 12 as well, where there was 2 ultimates coming up, Rolling Thunder and Hunt's Fury, and how they used those ultimates was brilliant. The proactiveness right there, Hunt's Fury instantly from a contact, then Rolling Thunder that completely secure the round. I feel like the cohesion in this team, Alex combining into that as well in terms of those timeouts, they're looking better than ever.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure what to think now we go into next map. I said the same thing after we saw last map, and obviously the conclusion was, as we move into Haven, Enterprise definitely have the upper hand in terms of momentum, but BBL Pacific, we know that they have quality, we know they should be able to bring it back, and the only part where it looked like they were bringing it back on Haven there was right at the end. They were at one point, what was it? It was 12-4 was the scoreline at one point to Enterprise Esports. So again, this is another one of the maps very similar to Lotus, despite the fact that it ended 13-7, which is a respectable scoreline. Now we go to Split, and I think completely the dynamic of this match has changed. It really is going to come down to, can BBL Pacific stop being tilted at this point? Because from what I can tell, that is what it is. And you kind of said it yourself with the Larrock and Loiter kind of thing, where you know they're usually keeping the energy up, they're usually keeping things going for the team, and it seems like there's a lack of that right now.
Yeah, definitely. That lack of the energy maybe on the team, I mean, that was just a theory, but it looks like that is what's happening. That was the thing that actually made Enterprise Esports stop the 16 win streak on Haven that BBL Pacific had in this map prior. And like I said before this map, there has been 3 months since BBL Pacific lost their previous Haven. And to me, that speaks volumes in terms of where these teams are currently in this situation right now.
Yeah, well, as per usual, now 3 maps are done. We're going to head to a slightly longer break this time around to give the players some time to chill out, go, sort out whatever business may have arisen in the last 3 maps that they need to attend to. So we will be back in about 10 minutes, where we will see if Enterprise Esports can close out this series or whether BBL Pacific can fight back.
Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of law, but don't got receipts. I do it with ease, to you it's a burden, to me it's a breeze. You feel that? That win is degree, that kickback. You coming at me, boy, sit back. Came out the womb like this, hit the pedal and room right quick. Gotta get it, we going up, way up, might land on the moon. Who step in a room like this? We breaking the rules right quick. They killing the mood and up in a few, might land in a tomb. I'm leaving no remnants. They all in attendance. Gotta go big, I aim for the fences. It's mine, I sense it. Back in the scene, I'm back to the business. Back on the front line, gotta grind. It's time, let you be the witness. At the time, turn a repeat to a 3P, yeah. Got the franchise on me, you more like G Lee, yeah. 21st century, you all the way BC, yeah. Old boys been washed up, I'm washed up in TTA. Came out the womb like this, hit the pedal and room right quick. Gotta get it, we going up, way up, might land on the moon. Who step in a room like this? We breaking the rules right quick. They killing the mood and up in a few, might land in a tomb. I ain't gonna lose it now.
sense of how maybe we're already there and too close to tell. In another life we might be playing it safe, but not here with fear. Now we're playing with fate. Don't be fooled and mistaken by my angel face. I'm just a hot head looking for a reason to break. I'm the wizard of death. I'll come visit you next. Just put my name on it next to your very last breath. I'm caught inside the fire again. I'm the wizard of death. I'll come visit you next. Just put my name on it next. Tell your very last.
Yeah, motivated on focus. Came a long way from the lowest. Yeah, gotta get it the mindset, gotta put it in motion. This is the moment, gotta one up my opponent. Back then they ain't noticed me, now they know it's me. I'm the chosen. It's my time, yeah, I put that on Bible. No excuses, gotta get to the final. Take all of my idols and turn them to rivals. It's all or nothing, man, the trophy is vital. Game time, bet I'm coming in clutch. No hang time, man, they can't keep up. The game's on the line, seconds on the time. Who can't fight? It's gotta be us.
Better under pressure, go ahead and let it fall on me. I'm destined for it all, you better call on me. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster.
Yeah, whole lot of times they doubted I wouldn't be who I am without it. Sleepless nights, I counted. It all paid off, it's really astounding. I had to keep the faith to elevate. Hope for better days, they were coming. Now we can celebrate, knowing every day is abundant. Yeah, it's my time, yeah, I put that on Bible. No excuses, gotta get to the final. Take all of my idols and turn them to rivals. It's all or nothing, man, the trophy is vital. Game time, bet I'm coming in clutch. No hang time, man, they can't keep up. The game's on the line, seconds on the time. Who can't fight? It's gotta be us.
Better under pressure, go ahead and let it fall on me. I'm destined for it all, you better call on me. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. All that pain, it done made me to a monster.
Y'all sit back and watch me speak. About to take over your screen. Talking bulls in 93. Talking mama, I'm on TV. Y'all know all I do is me. All I do is me. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and all I know, my money green. About to snap and make a scene. My cup off and make this free. My cup off and make them scream. Go back off for TMZ. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch. Watch me. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Money long, nothing on credit. I got style, don't catch no feelings. All this bread ain't got no letters. I got style, don't catch no feelings. Watch me.
Hello everybody and welcome back to VALORANT Challengers EMEA. This is an unfamiliar position here for BBL Pacific. In fact, the last time they found themselves on the precipice of losing a best of 5, it was 2-2, and it was against Eternal Fire in February. So, this is a bit of an interesting situation for them. Since then, they have never had 2 maps against them in a best of 5. And that one, they were 2-1 up to begin with. It's just that Eternal Fire brought it back to 2-2. So this is completely new for them. And I am completely baffled, honestly, because Enterprise Esports, you know, they've been through their trials and tribulations, and last time we saw them against this team, they looked good, but they definitely didn't look like a team that was going to win against BBL Pacific. But now here we are, and they only have 1 map to go until they get it done. We're moving on to Split now, and if Enterprise Esports get this done, that's it. I mean, somehow they have managed a 3-1 victory against the prior winners of Challengers EMEA, the team that everybody thought was infallible.
Yeah, and if you just joining the stream and be like, okay, Enterprise Esports are 2-1 up against this BBL Pacific team and don't quite know what are the stakes here, who is the better team, quote unquote, before this, it is actually BBL Pacific. Enterprise Esports is the only inter-regional team that has been able to take maps out of BBL Pacific, and the only other team that has been taking maps out of BBL Pacific in these Challengers tournaments is Eternal Fire. That tells you a huge story. BBL Pacific, they have been dominating through and through, and literally Enterprise Esports, they've come from under the weather, and all of a sudden they just absolutely take on this monster of a BBL Pacific. But I wonder if there is any chance for BBL Pacific to find a way back into this match. I think that would definitely start from the pistols, because 6 pistols down, at least 2 more to go. Enterprise Esports have taken every single pistol so far. Can BBL Pacific finally start a map with a round win, or is this trend gonna continue?
Well, it would be a dire omen, I think, if Enterprise Esports managed to start this one off with a pistol round win for sure. And look, the way I see this going is it's a little bit scary now for BBL Pacific, right? Look, we said last time, you know, we're moving into Haven, a map where 13-2 was the last scoreline in BBL Pacific's favor. And yes, BBL Pacific did win Split last time these two played against each other. But first off, it wasn't that dominant. And second off, it doesn't seem to matter. 13-2 turned into almost 13-4 the other way for these two teams. So for Enterprise now, getting it over the finish line just means maintaining momentum.
So you might be thinking that Enterprise Esports switched up compositions when you see this, but it's actually Doma and Yas switching up roles here, which is really interesting. Doma switching up from that Yoru that was incredibly good for him to Raze right now. Doma, obviously, he has played Raze previously, which is no surprise, but BBL Pacific as well going with that fade. They kind of went on with that fade previously as well, but this is one of the most interesting switch ups for me. Like, what is the reason that they went for this? Because it felt like Dovo was quite comfortable with the Yoru going with the aggressive plays. Yas was pretty comfortable with the Raze, but maybe they felt that some of the synergy wasn't there. Maybe Yas wanted to get more value with that operator, because with Yoru you can obviously get more value with the operator. I think that's probably gonna be the key part when we look at this switch up.
Yeah, I didn't hear anything that you just said because I was just fixing my headphones, so hopefully there wasn't any awkward pauses there. But I'm assuming you kept it going. But I think we're about ready now to get moving on to the map. So I'll throw it over to Winter and Pavlos to get this one started and maybe get it finished.
Indeed, it is Enterprise that are knocking on victory's door here for this grand final, but you can't help but feel there are some positives in play for BBL Pacific. They won last time around, these two teams met on Split, and not only that, most success was found on the defensive, and that's exactly where this team will be starting first.
Yeah, and I think it is interesting to see a little bit of a switch up in the roles, right? We were talking about Yas and Doma swapping over and putting Yas onto that Yoru when it's normally been Doma, even on maps like Pool, that we've been seeing on that Yoru. So let's see if it makes actually much of a difference as we go in, if we see like a pop-off performance from either of these two with that new role switch. But yeah, I'm excited because we were talking before, this was actually the map that BBL Pacific won as the third map in the last best of 3 of these two teams played against each other just a couple of days ago. Is this the opportunity for Enterprise to have a revenge story, take Split off the hands of BBL Pacific, and close out here, not even given an opportunity of BBL Pacific for Icebox to win the series?
Well, the reigning champs will start on their most comfortable side, and they do group up towards this A site. 4 out of 5 players are there to defend A, but Enterprise look to see if they can figure out what the setup looks like in mid. Early Prowler followed up with Zeke's looking to spearhead this effort. Killers on the lurk and able to kill off Loiter before there's a chance of any counter action. This is a lot of space garnered here from Enterprise, and it looks like they'll look to try and take advantage of it. Over to this B site as well. Flash, follow up, comeback, good first shot. Looking to see if he can get some more pot shots in, but of course has to reload. Less bullets now available on the Sheriff. Comeback, keeping it going as well. Yas able to turn his attention right towards him, but then again, you've got to also pressure the site. Rose and Larocque keep things pressured, especially when Larocque tries to close up the distance from the back lines. Kreven ends up dropping triple for Killers, but Larocque has been discovered. He's been spotted. Paintals, they could do a lot of damage, but avoided. This is close. Larocque wanting to go for the swing, but he's also low on bullets. He can afford to go for the reload. Instead, Killers closes up the gap, and the frenzy will seal the job.
And this is yet another pistol for Enterprise. BBL Pacific have yet to win a pistol in this series, Pavlos. They have won 0, a goose egg for the pistols. And sure, it helps a lot winning the pistols. You get the boost to not only your economy being able to convert into the second round with better weapons, but it's also the ultimates come online faster. So there's so many things that start to spiral out of control with winning that pistol, and we've seen where it's happened in the last couple of maps. And again into this one, starting off on the right foot.
That's mad. So that is just simply mad. I can't believe it that we're already on a 4th map of a best of 5, and every single pistol round is won by a singular team. All right, well, this is not helping BBL Pacific's case, is it? But for this round, you might have to settle down, lay low, although I don't mind this 4-player stack towards B. Enterprise might just be walking into a trap. There is potential for damage. He has to lead the charge, but he hasn't checked directly below him. I think there's a high possibility that Kreven is able to escape a lot of this early damage. It is checked by Zeke. There is some return fight coming in from BBL Pacific. Zeke, albeit having a drop from an upper level, still can find his feet to find a pick onto Larocque.
And it comes down to the man himself, come back, 1v3, Sheriff in hand. Opportunity to at least get some damage on the way out. Possibly even more.
It is comeback after all. And he has completely taken over the servers for the past while, but this time around will not be allowed to run wild. Zeke gets a triple, nice bolstering of the stats. But for an eco round for BBL Pacific, the positive is they got 3 kills.
Yeah, it's nice plucking kill onto Doma out of the gate. Nice shots coming in from Starkey.
You should have run. Weapon here.
But now this is a little bit of a weaker bonus for Enterprise, but they still have 2 bloody rifles on the board because they've reinvested into it. Yas has one, Killers has one as well.
Yeah, weak is the right way to put it, because it's not weak. It's just a little bit less strong than last time around. Killers knows Rose attempted to get the orb. Not only does he get away with it, but gets a second orb, which troubles his opponent's life. And has created a bit of a lurk for himself.
They're pinging it out.
They're expecting it, but do you expect him to be in this corner already? Yes, you do, but it's not without the fight back. Rose does still get a second one in this round, And Enterprise, 1 minute in, have yet to make a choice of where they want to go.
But that is another weapon that they can start to recover. So it's only Starkey that's not going to be on those premium rifles. But it has forced BBR Pacific to stretch out their defense. They're going for a 2-2 on either side. So there's an opportunity to overrun. Numbers in favor of Enterprise, at least on the site hit. Do they clear look or are they ready?
And it's actually only one defender now, as it was Kreven that rotated away. So Larocque has got to respect this. Let Enterprise enter the site. Potential spike plant as well. With Starkey gaining control over ramp, this is going to be massive, and it feels BBR Pacific are going to check this. All three players looking to take their chance. Starkey at least takes one down before he drops. But this is difficult still for Enterprise. BBR Pacific are going to play this slow.
They need more than one. They need more than 1-for-1s though, because of the number at disadvantage, and especially when you put in your back to Loiter, he is not going to let that chance pass.
No, he will not. A double kill out of nowhere. Enterprise interrupted, and BBR Pacific on the board.
Relatively clean bonus conversion, at least for BBR Pacific, in the sense of the weapons that Enterprise were coming in. It comes off the back of this initial kill, and then the subsequent push Rose had through sewers, gets a second.
One enemy remaining.
And a misread of the situation allows Loiter 2 quick kills on the way back into the site, on the way for the defuse. Let's talking about defuses. On the site hits as well. Enterprise now have Zeke's ultimate up on online.
For a moment there, I thought Domo would have gone for a double blast pack aggression in mid, but no. Instead, just to gain an early advantage and a potential mid collapse. Getting the upper level. So a standstill.
Yeah, and there's a lot of utility wasted for this standstill over towards mid, a bit of poking and prodding. And both teams, both initiators, trying to re-clear on both extremities. The fact that it was Zeke's over towards B, that's exactly where BBR Pacific want to stack up the players.
With the Prowler spotting out someone and you only hear one spray, BBR Pacific are okay leaving the majority of the defenses towards B, and now the crunch comes in from Enterprise. Paranoia is going to catch actually a lot of them, but trying to throw the nade in first might not be the wise idea. Still, Larocque getting one pick. And Enterprise yet to fully gain access over the site. Look at also Starkey trying to break through in Garage. I don't think he'll be allowed to do that. Come back there and waiting. Smoke fades, and that's when he comes alive. EP 20 seconds, and they need to play catch up. It is a 2v3, and they really need to make their way onto the site already. Tempting with the spike plant, but not quite going for it on the first instance. Doma getting very up close and personal up against the players in Heaven. Killers delivers on one pick, but the showstopper will indeed end the show.
Larocque just trading himself towards the end there. Showstopper out short.
30 seconds left.
And for the side of Enterprise, you can see the idea that they were going for. They had a player over towards main, and you wanted to use that Nightfall to help split out onto B. The only issue is they couldn't get past Larocque on Heaven, because constantly on those peaks, you had support utility as well coming in from Rose, but the nades, the refresh of utility, and even getting the ultimate online was just an extra added bonus. He puts Enterprise down onto pistols, a stinger for killers. You get onto site,
Kreven is nearby.
Scary.
Oh, this is something that Zeke did as well on Split last time around. These two teams met, bring it out when your opponent least expects it. And it's up against pistols and you still do something like that. That is crazy. And Kreven holds down his line perfectly.
And I think that's going to be something we're going to see a lot of. Just peeking out of smokes, taking timings, and really being cheeky, especially when you have come back on the do list. You can see the exact idea. Peeks out, gets one, and TP's back to safety. Even forced out an early timeout from Enterprise.
I mean, it's a good moment to bring it on, right? You haven't been able to win 3 rounds in a row. Sure, 2 of them were the important ones. And Eco was involved, but now you've got another buy coming, right? Some of the ultimates are coming online. This is where the pace can be created. And look, BBL Pacific, they were really strong on netting a streak of rounds on the defensive side. They were pretty much unstoppable. It's how they were able to close out the series last time around. So Enterprise know the importance of shutting down that effort right now.
Certainly a tall ask. Comeback keeping the Outlaw as well, just knowing the situation for Enterprise isn't the greatest. Couple of players on towards that half shields. And even having a little bit of a different setup. Looks like he's wanting to start over towards this A site. Catching any of these players off guard. Especially since that's the loot component for EP.
Yeah, and even though BBL Pacific looked like they wanted to play aggressive outside of B already, and they do hold their ground and respect the utility thrown by Enterprise. So opportunity missed to kind of make the C's nade combo work. Oh?
Oh, TP for
You do spot out,
information.
yes, I think.
Yeah, especially with the pings coming out onto the position. But he can't be the first one to take initiative. It has to be this main force coming up through mid. You're looking at Doma on towards this duelist, picking up the mantle for Yaz.
Enterprise amping up the pace here, looking to play a little bit more explosively, but BBL Pacific have got a lot of players around and have got different methods to dealing with this. Kreven has run out of snake bites though, so he can't really use those to delay any further. Enterprise given themselves all the space they need. This is an off angle. You might not be able to read it, but Doma is able to blast pack himself out into the open. Larocque crunches out, and it is expected by Enterprise. Loiter delivering, but he's the only one that's been able to do so far. The site is fully under control of Enterprise, and even though BBL Pacific are nearby, there's not much they can do. Starkey is there and ready. Nothing will catch him off guard. And even though Comeback, the star player of BBL Pacific, is the one left, it's hard to imagine he's got anything else in store for this round.
Maybe stick around, try and do as much damage, because the credits for Enterprise isn't necessarily the best. A couple of players under 1,000. Try as he might though, Killers is there ready and waiting, closes it out, and only losing 1 in that round is so important for Enterprise, especially when we're talking about building up that economy, because it's something that BBL Pacific haven't necessarily had to worry about in the last couple of rounds.
Seconds left.
I mean, maybe now's the time to mention the switch up between, was it Doma that switched his roles together with Yas here?
Yeah.
Right, so the Raze and Yoru switching, you know, heroes, agents. I mean, get to see a different look of Doma, right? Because Yas is usually the player that is in their opponent's face, you know, leading the charge in the picks, but I'm curious why this was the choice for Split. It's working, right? We just saw it from Doma, feeling very comfortable to initiate here.
It'd be interesting if it's just comfortability of players, but then at the other hand, you're looking at maps like Pil. Doma still playing that Yoru, so capable on both, but it's nice to see success on this agent for Doma, especially when you're talking about a scary off angle. BBL Pacific players were holding towards heaven, completely dismantles it with one quick little satchel across.
And I guess Yas has been winning a lot of these individual fights, so it's okay putting him on the Yoru, on the lurk, you know, role. He could exert a lot more impact that way, perhaps.
The chance. Looking at Enterprise, looking like they're wanting to go for a heavy stack over towards A, especially off the back of Yas's ultimate.
Oh.
A lot of information on site. It's completely clear. It's free real estate.
Thing is, they need to take care of Heaven. 2 players spotted due to the haunt, and you've got to respect it. Smoked off, blocked. Spike goes down, 5v5. I don't think we've seen a 5v5 retake in a good while. It's already switched positions, right? The defenders are already on site. They're so quick to pounce, and now already on the defuse. No one's stopping it, though. It is stuck with into half, but the push does come to shove, and it is BBL Pacific winning on these fights. They know where Zeke is, and all 3 will look to his position. BBL Pacific, that was so damn quick.
Yeah, for the side of Enterprise, nobody else wanted to come out onto site. I don't know if that was the plan or if it was just the stopping power that the utility from BBL Pacific rained down upon them in that position. But yeah, they were notified with the nightfall that everybody was over towards that ramp, towards that main section. Can easily take over site, stick it to half short. You have the pull from Starkey, but that's not going to stop. The full defuse eventually will come through.
All right, let's see how Enterprise are able to adapt from here. Killers with a frenzy will have to settle for just that this one, and Doma is no more. Okay, upgrade found. No problem there. Are you able to convert onto Lerock as well? That's a tough one. Enterprise continue to put pressure in mid, but that Cosmic Divide is going to ask some questions for
It's pulling them
the
all.
opposing side.
Everyone's left.
It's a complete fake.
Time to jump.
BBL
It's worked.
Pacific
It sold them.
have pulled into it and even utilizing the dimensional drift over towards A because they have no information. They just want to gather some. And the only thing they're going to gather is question marks because there's no one home over towards A. And sure, you get a little bit of a quicker rotation back over towards B, but there's nothing for you to find except Yas and Spawn.
You're given a lot of time for Yas indeed to get himself in a great position. Even though Comeback expects it, Yas is quicker to the trigger. This is brilliant stuff from Enterprise, catching them off guard and now wanting to seal the deal. Still a 3v4 though. You've got to be cautious, careful. Yas, continue to put pressure on. Viper Spit, that's a little bit as a guarantee right now. And it's really treacherous for BBL Pacific to break through. Not only do Enterprise win that round, but it's decisive. 3 players alive by the end of it.
And it was off the back of a fake.
To my world.
They managed to sell it with an ultimate, Pavlos. It was just an ultimate. There was no player over there throwing utility themselves. Just a Cosmic Divide and an earlier kill in the round. Sent BBL Pacific scrambling, even utilizing Comeback's dimensional drift. It was a costly round. All to be fooled. The mind games of Enterprise.
Yeah, those can be tilting if you're BBL Pacific. But have a look at this. 3 players looking to see if they can deliver onto Killers this year. And he's so patient. He knows there's something going on. It looked rough around the edges, but he still gets a double kill. Breakaway in mid. Enterprise now could make a decision on taking over a site. 1 defender per side of the map. Loiter spotted. Can't quite find the pick. B open for the taking.
It might be the lead as well for Enterprise. Rose isn't very well equipped and now being spotted out has no element of surprise to work with. Isolation of 1v1s, but can't even get past the first.
I mean, that was an eco. You expect Enterprise to win it, but it's still quite one-sided. This is kind of the moment you probably could consider BBL Pacific could get away with a pick and maybe an upgraded rifle. But you can definitely tell Enterprise look confident. I don't think they're phased by this. BBL Pacific know this is a time they need to come back. Their strongest side is the defensive. If they are behind when it comes to half-time, I think they're in trouble.
I think they're just in trouble, just in context of the last couple of maps and how it has been going. Get at least a little bit of information of Yas over towards beaming, but that's something that he's been doing many rounds in a row. It's this pack of 3 of the Raze, Astra and Fade that's been the mid presence. Oh, that is a nice combo.
Switch. Indeed. And the Viper's Pit in mid is a bit of a prohibited position for Enterprise to take on.
Cutting through.
And they are split from one another, very polarized in their setups. 2 players per each angle, but you also see Killers looking to see if he can join that left-hand side. Loiter, bullied off. And on that 50-second mark, Enterprise move the spike closer and closer to B.
The only issue is, you're so comfortable moving those pieces, especially with Comeback on this deep line over towards A. And the Viper's Pit over towards mid. You're fine stacking your players on B.
Ooh. Does this low enough presence?
pulling two.
Zeke, this is one of the first times he is the one on the lurk. Usually, it's the Sentinel, right? This time around, it's him. And it's lured enough players to allow Enterprise to enter B. Still lacking the numbers, though. Still lacking the players. BBL Pacific are the ones that could be in charge, but they're disjointed in their efforts. And Starkey, one by one, he'll be able to shove them in their graves.
And all that's left is come back. Sure, there's an operator in hand. Sure, a couple of flashes. But there's 3 players for Enterprise to stand tall, and he doesn't even back himself into this, wants to keep this operator. And who can blame him after what we've just seen? And again, though, Pavlos, it's off one ultimate. One ultimate that BBL Pacific have been sent scrambling. One Nightfall. That's all it took in this round to pull 2 players away. And, of course, then there's so much pressure onto Loiter as that solo anchor. Easily dealt with by Enterprise. And then it's just an open door. It's a red carpet into the B bomb site.
Yeah, and it's currently Enterprise that are winning the mind games. You can tell BBL Pacific are spooked. And to be honest, I really like that mind game as well. Usually you got killers on that lurk, you know, with the Viper, often putting the pressure on the sidelines. If you find him, you know, it's not necessarily the push. But when you put Zeke in a position like that, which is your initiator, the one you expect to be helping your team cross into his site, ulting, and throwing in a couple of prowlers as well, yep, you are going to rotate. You are going to try and respond quickly.
You can see, as soon as Comeback got the kill, they started hightailing it back, but it just wasn't enough time. Maybe this time they'll have the pieces in the right place, and that's exactly what happens with Comeback with the entry onto Yas. This is one of the main weapons, one of the main win conditions for them in this round. It's nice to see it's getting active and online early.
Indeed. BBL Pacific getting the early numbers advantage is a little bit of a cushioning that they do indeed like. And if they get garage control again, it could be an upgrade on a weapon as well. Then they'll have 3 rifles available for a potential retake. But the sprint of Enterprise towards A is quick.
Yeah, they see the operator and they just hightail out of it. They have no interest in staking around. They want to take advantage of these lower weapon players, especially looking at Rose, the solo anchor of A. Sure, Laroc's in close proximity for assistance.
And this time a power sent in. Indeed, Rose is going to be able to spot a lot of players. Doma using his showstopper to see if he can clear out a lot of ground. Instead, it's Laroc that comes out on top. That's a bit chaotic. Zeke able to trade his teammate's life by getting another pick, but Kreven doubles up with the Sheriff, make it 3. Blink and you miss it. Round's over. BBL Pacific able to convert a very scrappy round.
Scrappy is one word for it. It was chaotic. Showstopper from Laroc. A couple of satchels in from Doma. And then it's just the triple kill we see in the back for Kreven. And that's the round that breaks the streak Enterprise were putting together.
Oh, yeah.
And a heroic round from Kreven with the Sheriff and a showstopper from Laroc. Okay, BBL Pacific.
He nearly gets away with 2, by the way. Come back down to 33 points of health. And in this final round of the half, Enterprise have got the upper hand. And BBL Pacific take the gamble of hoping it's not an A-site hit. They vacate the premises and Enterprise can walk in for free.
Yeah, and even Yas coming up mid, getting some information, especially onto Laroc, who's one of the main anchors of the A site, along with Rose, so it's a little bit more confidence to go into the site. If you can
Great
even
shot
make
by
it,
Laroc.
though.
Indeed. Keeping things competitive, though. BBL Pacific are looking to see if they can jump in, be disruptors, as one player is busy getting the spike into the ground. Oh, the boombot actually gets a lot of damage across. Yas, point blank distance with a shorty, also causing trouble. But Kreven trying to fall under the radar here, but not quite able to do it. Zeke finding him before the spike plant committal. 7-5 is the score. Enterprise in the lead on their opponent's favorable side as well. Alarm bells are ringing. BBL Pacific in danger of giving away their throne. Seven out of 7 pistol rounds won for Enterprise in this series as a whole. BBL Pacific need to break that streak, need to get themselves on even ground with Enterprise, and need Split to go under their control.
Hey, we were talking about the pistol stats. Enterprise have yet to lose one in this series. Now would be the ultimate time for BBL Pacific to put a stop to the pistol terrors.
This is a quick aggression shown from BBL Pacific. Yes, oh my god, he doesn't need any help. He needs no friends. A lone man army creates a blockade that tests this round. Loiter and Kraven, all that remains. Sure, a bit of a lurk coming in from Loiter, but surely you'll be able to read it in time. Doma turns his attention towards him. Headshot ends up connecting. The timing is impeccable for Doma. And Kraven, how do you even consider picking up the pieces here? You get one pick, but then everybody will look in your direction. Positive is he does have the spike, but other than that, he's got a dream. I don't know what else you could have in a position like this. But Enterprise, what a solid hold. And of course it's Yas to put a foot down.
And realistically for Kraven, he has to try and isolate these 1v1s, but only thing is, he clears Yas, he's going to be back to Zeke for the peak.
And Yas is
Although,
low.
he's got a cubby!
He's
Oh
hiding.
no!
Oh, now he's spotted. Jump scare. Boo. Kraven will try and exit the smoke without any Yuta to assist him. Of course he can't have anything to assist him in that endeavor. He was alone. 8 to 5. 8 out of 8 pistols from this series won by Enterprise.
And do you know what's even worse, Pavlos?
What?
They've only been unable to convert one of those. And that was on a map that they ended up winning 13-3 anyway, so it wasn't really much of an issue then.
Sure.
But for the side of BBL Pacific, you're in the situation of you've been forced over onto the attack. It's not the favorite side. You haven't got that many rounds to play with, and now you're full 5 pistols trying to go into A where Yas is waiting with an outlaw.
Yeah, pressure's on for the reigning champs as they quickly make their way onto this A site. Zeke finds a moment to peek out of heaven. Oh, that is so clean! So damn crispy! You can hear the crack of every one of his opponent's skulls. It is disgusting. Enterprise make that one work in a click of a button.
Just savor this replay. Sure, the first 2 with the Spectre and nice, but switches to the sidearm for the 3rd and 4th is nasty. Of course, though, his counterparts on the opposition denies the ace, but still it's something to boost confidence. But not only that, they're up to 9. This is defender side is split. The momentum's in favor of EP, not only from this map in particular, but from the last 3 maps of this series. BBL are fighting with their backs against the wall.
Sure. Crunch time. 5 round coming in. This one's it. Both players are flashed, but for some reason survive for way longer than you'd expect. Yas gets away with a double kill. So it does give Enterprise a way into the round, especially considering Zeke could be backstabbing any second now. You can see Starkey looking to join him in that effort. They haven't cleared out the entirety of B. Surely you'd think someone is around, but look at Zeke's timing. It's impeccable. And Kraven spotted as well, with both remaining EP players looking towards his direction. This feels done, Summer. This feels finished. BBL Pacific look cooked.
They don't even look like the BBL Pacific we've come to know and love in Challengers. They normally have this air of dominance surrounding them. And we say Enterprise seems like the only team that can make them bleed. And right now, they are bleeding out.
Yup. Running out of blood completely.
Get
Where is the
transfusion
BBL Pacific
going.
that we've had all season long? Where is that? Not here.
Faltering
I mean,
at the finish
Enterprise
line.
are playing a brilliant game, don't get me wrong, but it's both combined, right? It's a bit of both. It always is.
That's 2 players spotted out towards mid. Feels like BBL Pacific trying to pull the wool over the eyes of Enterprise has already been figured out.
Toxins going up.
And even spotting players out over towards A, and it's just a cleanup all across the map. A double kill in mid, a kill over towards ramp, and even Kraven spotted out, stuck in towards the corner.
Yikes. Well, at least the toxic screen prevents them from being blinded. But Loiter has got a telegraph position, and everyone from Enterprise will look to surround him. It is not fun to be in Loiter's shoes right now. And even though he finds himself a new toy, he doesn't really have any friends to play with. Enterprise just toying with him, not even thinking about going for this fight, knowing how important it will be for them to just hold down each site separately into Doma's lap, and Loiter's not going to slip. 11-5, 2 rounds required. The reigning champions of BBL Pacific need to wake now, otherwise it will be too late.
Okay, done.
Last time out for BBL Pacific. Sure, round 16 was a half buy, you had a Sting and Max coming into it, but now this is where they really need to crack down and figure out how to break through this defense of Enterprise, because currently it has been rock solid from the East representatives. And they have so many ultimates as well, in the sense of you have Yatas available for retakes, you have Zeeks to stop any site hits as they come through. And BBL Pacific, they're a little worse for wear on that sense, but at least they have rifles coming into this one.
I think it's also about the mindset, right? The mental. BBL Pacific being able to get into the heads of a squad that knows they can take every single fight and win it. That's why BBL Pacific are dangerous, because they can do things like that. But right now, they've been shaken, destabilized. Maybe this timeout has talked some sense into them.
Coach on the mic. They've praised him in the past. See what kind of conversions he can get into this one. And he's called for heavy aggression over towards B, sorry.
Cover going out.
Bring them down.
Poking and prodding towards mid. Not gonna find anything. And a one-way already set up over towards main.
Spike down B.
Starkey. He was the first one to get a pick. Rose reveals his position, but Yas just takes a peek behind him, and all of a sudden, this round feels done. Spike definitely in the hands of your opposition.
Not ready yet.
And with 1 minute to spare, BBL Pacific need to bring the individual heroics online. Smoke out, Killers peeks right through it, and he feels comfortable doing so. 2 kills found simply with a snap of his fingers. And come back. The clutch man himself is only good for the one before he falls. Economical discrepancy. Enterprise knocking on the door of success here. 1 round away from putting this grand final behind them and being the new top dog of the region.
And you're talking about needing individuals for the side of BBL Pacific to step up, and instead you have that of Enterprise. Killers. Hanzik top in the charts, but the rest of the team aren't far behind, and it just feels like it's struggle after struggle for BBL Pacific coming into this one. They try to pull some rotations towards mids. Now with the Dimensional Drift online, they're going for aggression. This might be an opportunity to get an entry kill, but it's denied by Killers.
Comeback was really hoping he could get away with something there. Really would love any opportunity to pull his team across around, but it's given enough space for the spike plant to go down. Nightfall drops, but here comes a showstopper as well. LaRock in trouble. Zeke able to deal with him. Rose close to the action. He is now popping off heads. It's a 2v2. It's anyone's game. Doma went away from the showstopper as well. This truly could go either way. Double blast pack. getting some shots across, but it's a repositioning from Loiter. In the corner, Zeke finds his mark, but Kraven hides within the shadows as well. Doma tempts the spike defusal, and Doma will be sticking it! Finding Kraven at the final instance. Defusal is his. Enterprise Esports take their revenge and are now the team to beat in Challengers EMEA.
A new team crowned the champions, and who better to be from the region that failed to make playoffs, that had 4 teams entering in split 1, and yet nobody made it, and now we have a champion for that region. And the way they did it as well, taking down BBL Pacific in a 3-1 fashion, Pavlos.
I mean, now you can call this a rivalry, right? Now you can call this matchup, this head-to-head, one to look forward to when you come into Ascension. It took a while for Enterprise to level up since the start of the year, right? Unlike many super teams, they came out quiet, right? Barely making it out of their own region, then not even making it playoffs to the first challenger stage. But now, second times around, they've elevated. They are on a completely different level and looking to make things competitive against BBL Pacific. Not only have they done that, but are now the ones in charge of Challengers EMEA. This has all become exciting, but let's hear the thoughts of the desk. Throwing it to you, Twiggy and MP.
I've got no thoughts left in my mind, Pavlos. I don't know what to tell you. I'm completely blown away by Enterprise Esports there. The energy they came into today with is absolutely ridiculous. I'll bring up a little stat when we do get our interview underway, and we might actually have it straight away, but I will just wait for confirmation on that one. Yeah, I think we do have Zeke here ready for us. So Zeke, I mean, look at your face. That tells me everything I need to know. Look, so I looked up in the middle of that game, right? I looked up in the middle of the... hold on. We'll save the celebration for just a second, because I looked up in the middle of that game what your pistol win percentage has been over the course of the whole of Stage 2, right, as a team. Enterprise Esports, 39%. 100%. How? What happened, man? What were you guys doing today?
Oh, I have no idea. It's everyone's is the biggest mystery, you know, after Bermuda Triangle. I don't know how we got 8 pistols. It's impossible for us. I don't know how we did it, but I think, you know, that's what was stopping us before from getting easier games, you know, maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe. I mean, Zeke. 2 losses against BBL Pacific. A lot of body shot. Some teabags. Bit of banter, maybe a bit of beef as well. But finally, you got the win when it mattered the most. On the server, it seemed like BBL Pacific had no shot after the first map. How do you feel and what do you think changed?
I have no idea what changed in our individual, you know, but I know what changed is Alex RR, you know, he joined us, instantly made us better, you know, it's unbelievable. This guy was sitting for 5 hours after our games, instantly art-stratting today. We even prepared Icebox from scratch because we completely ditched that map, you know. We are prepared for everything in the whole tournament. I think that guy is doing wonders, and he's the biggest difference maker for us right now. It's probably only to him that we won this, you know. There is no other chance. If we didn't have Alex, he's so ambitious and he's so motivated. If we didn't have him, there's no way we win this. He worked so hard for this.
I mean, I'm glad to hear you give coaches the praise that they deserve when they deserve that. I want to take into that game plan a little bit, dive deeper in the minds of you and Alex maybe, because BBL Pacific, they always seemed during the stage 1 that they had very quick rotates. It seemed like it continued on this stage 2 as well. The defensive side were so quick on the rotates. You had multiple brilliant fakes that worked incredibly well against BBL Pacific, and I'm not even sure if you know how well they did, especially in that split, because you don't see the enemy movement on the map. But was that something that was worked in your game plan for you when you were kind of approaching this final, that you want to try and pull those fast rotates out of BBL Pacific and open up the map with that?
Yeah, like definitely. I think 3 times the charm. We finally understand how to play against them. Like I think they didn't change anything because they disrespected us. It was about time that someone humbled them. They probably didn't feel like we have a chance, and I think they disrespected us a little bit. They didn't change their plans that much. They just stick to their own plan that was working for them, which is why I think they lost today, because they are insane players. Like maybe we have some beef with each other. I think they're a little bit like more, overzealous about this. Like I don't know why they have so much beef, because we just banter. But they feels like they actually have beef against us. But because they disrespected us, like we just played a different game. They stick to the same plan, and that's why they lost. That's my fault. I think they are insane. Like there's no doubt that these guys are like still the biggest favorites to win Ascension. Today that we won doesn't mean that we're always gonna win against them. I think the game's always gonna be a banger. If we stay like this in this form, they stay like in this form, all the games is gonna be a bangers in the future.
Right. I mean, yeah, I think that's such a great point, because look, what is next to you guys? First off, what are you guys going to do to celebrate? And second off, what is kind of next? Bigger picture. So Enterprise Esports are now the team to beat, right? The best team in EMEA Tier 2 as it stands. So what is next? Are you looking to the future towards Ascension with kind of a renewed sense of hope now?
I mean, we built this team to win Ascension. It was a tough process. We built this team like 2 months later after everyone, but we still like Ascension was our goal. I think that doesn't change. And I don't know if we are gonna be that like team to beat. Yeah, I think BBL Pacific has like way more achievements than us right now in this year, and especially last year. So they are still gonna be the favorites. They're still like the kings. Today that we beat them doesn't mean that now we take the crown. In my opinion, at least I don't take it like that. And I think we are very happy about this, how we were gonna celebrate. I don't know, because we are not on bootcamp, I think everyone's just gonna celebrate it their own way. Now when I go back to the team speak with the boys, we're gonna just like, have fun as always, and yeah, nothing more to say.
All right, man. I'll let you get back to that team speak. Congratulations so much on the win today. Congratulations on your proverbial trophy here for Challengers EMEA #2. You absolutely smashed it today.
Thank you very guys. Thank you very much.
Congrats.
The emotions are still with me. The emotions are still with me.
Yeah, no, I'm not surprised. Okay. See you, man.
See ya.
Wow. I mean, you can tell. You can tell that they look. I don't think they expected it. I don't think they expected what happened today. One bit, right? I asked him about the pistol rounds. He went, I don't know. You asked him about how they changed something against BBL Pacific. He went, I don't know. And look, and I know right now that our graphics team are scrambling to replace what they probably had in place for the winners graphic for Enterprise Esports instead. Right now, I'm kidding. They probably had it prepared, but let's be real. Everybody went into today thinking, no matter what the rematch or the map replay between Movistar Koi, Phoenix, and Enterprise Esports resulted in, what's the point? They're just going to get 3-0'd versus BBL Pacific. I saw that opinion everywhere. So many people, like 95% of people or more, thought BBL Pacific are 3-0ing or 3-1ing this series, and Enterprise Esports have not only proved them wrong, but in emphatic fashion, a 3-1 series that a lot of the time just didn't even look like BBL Pacific's game to win.
No, they weren't a part of the game in the later 3 maps that happened there. And I still love how humble Zeke were in that interview. He's like, okay, we are not quite yet the team to beat. Obviously, we won this situation, but BBL Pacific, they have those trophies. They've been around the block. Maybe we out-strategied them today. Maybe we kind of found the game plan to beat against BBL Pacific, but they're still an insane team, giving a respect to his team. And count me in those doubters that were against Enterprise Esports in the beginning, because obviously BBL Pacific were strong, but I'm so happy that we got Enterprise Esports to take on that win, take on that crown, to go back to Northeast and actually make us proud, because that previous season wasn't that pretty.
Yeah, we really have had a roller coaster of emotions as the Northeast team here. But as the Northeast team, it is thank you to you guys for showing up over the course of the week. Thank you to UMP for joining me on the desk for most of these days. Thank you to our forecasters, Hazza, Cairo, Pavlos, Winter. Thank you to our production team for keeping things smooth and running, and everybody else involved in Challengers EMEA Stage 2, because it has been an absolute pleasure hosting this one, and it's been an absolute pleasure just being a part of this experience once again. I hope everybody has enjoyed this week as much as we all have, because I mean, I can't wait for the next challenges, right? It's a few months now. You've got to wait a little bit until we're back for EMEA number 3, but I'm sure we'll have lots of stuff for you then. So please stay in touch with the Twitter and everything like that, and you can watch some clips from these games as well, because I'm sure everybody will want to watch back some of this stuff. But thank you so much, guys, for being here, and we will see you around another time. Goodbye.
Motivated, I'm focused. Came a long way from the lowest. Yeah, gotta get it, the mindset, gotta put it in motion. This is the moment. Gotta one up my opponent. Back then they ain't noticed me, now they know it's me. I'm the chosen. It's my time, yeah, I put that on Bible. No excuses, gotta gotta get to the final. Take all of my idols and turn them to rivals. It's all or nothing, man, the trophy is vital. Game time, bet I'm coming in clutch. No hang time, man, they can't keep up. The game's on the line, seconds on the time. Who can't fight? It's gotta be us.
Better under pressure, go ahead and let it fall on me. I'm destined for it all, you better call on me. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster.
Yeah, whole lot of times they doubted I wouldn't be who I am without it. Sleepless nights, I counted. It all paid off, it's really astounding. I had to keep the faith to elevate. Hope for better days, they were coming. Now we can celebrate, knowing every day is abundant. Yeah, it's my time, yeah, I put that on Bible. No excuses, gotta get to the final. Take all of my idols and turn them to rivals. It's all or nothing, man, the trophy is vital. Game time, bet I'm coming in clutch, no hang time.